I am the Macabre. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Where are you from and what time are you watching now? Sit back and relax. The Cursed Forest. The small coffee shop was warm, its windows fogging up from the crisp autumn air outside. Ella, James, Max, and Sophie were gathered around a table near the back, the comforting scent of brewed coffee mingling with the musky scent of old books. Their usual weekend meetup had become a tradition, a place to relax and share the stories of their latest adventures. But this time, there was a strange tension in the air, one that none of them could quite place. Max was the first to break the silence, tossing a letter onto the table. The envelope was thick, made of aged paper that seemed as though it had been pulled from a forgotten drawer. It was sealed with dark crimson wax, the emblem on the seal unfamiliar to any of them. A chill ran through Ella as she reached for it, her fingers brushing the cold, smooth wax. "Who sent this?" she muttered, inspecting the lack of return address. There was no name, just a faintly glowing symbol etched into the wax, a symbol none of them could decipher. James, ever the thrill-seeker, grinned. "It's probably from some group looking for campers, or maybe an adventure club. You know, something harmless." But his voice lacked its usual confidence, and his eyes flickered uneasily between the envelope and the group. His words only half convinced anyone. Sophie, ever the skeptic, was the first to voice her concern. A random letter with no name? And that emblem. It doesn't look like any of the usual hiking clubs. Something about this doesn't feel right. Max's eyes sparkled with excitement, however. This could be something cool. Imagine an exclusive invite to explore a mysterious place, something off-limits. That's exactly what we're looking for, right? He leaned forward, ignoring the unease that settled deeper into the group's atmosphere. It was an invitation to adventure, a call to uncover something hidden and forgotten. But beneath the excitement, something gnawed at the edges of his words, doubt, perhaps, or something more primal. The idea of exploring the unknown always stirred the thrill in Max's chest, but there was something about the way the letter felt. Something off. Ella scanned the letter once more, reading the elegant yet cryptic words aloud. "You are invited to visit the legendary Black Hollow Forest for an unforgettable experience. Come alone, or bring those you trust. You are destined to discover something that others dare not." She paused. "It sounds like a joke. The Black Hollow Forest has been cursed for centuries. People have disappeared there, gone without a trace." Her voice trembled at the last part, but she quickly masked it with a laugh. "Whoever sent this is just trying to scare us." Sophie frowned. "But why us? Why now? And why would someone just invite us to such a dangerous place?" Her voice was low, a thread of unease creeping into her words. She had heard the stories about Black Hollow Forest. It was said to be a place cursed by an ancient evil, a forest so twisted that no one dared to set foot there. The fact that they had been invited, not just to visit, but to explore it, sent a chill down her spine. She'd always believed in logic and reason, but there were some things that couldn't be explained, and Black Hollow was one of them. James leaned back in his chair, trying to shake off the growing sense of dread. What if it's a prank? Maybe a local legend or a marketing stunt. People have been looking for ways to make the forest famous for years. A few unexplained disappearances here and there, and bam, it's a tourist attraction. His chuckle seemed forced, the edges of his usual bravado cracking. Maybe someone thinks we'd be the perfect candidates for their little stunt. Max, ignoring the foreboding conversation, stood up with a flourish. "We're not going to sit here and overthink this, are we? Look, I'm in. Black Hollow is probably just another creepy place with a few stories to spice it up." We've been on scarier hikes, right? This could be an epic adventure." His enthusiasm was infectious, and for a moment, the group seemed to forget their growing doubts. They were adventurers. After all, curiosity had always driven them, no matter the risk. Ella hesitated, her eyes scanning the letter one more time. The smooth, dark paper felt cold against her fingertips. Something in her gut was warning her. "I'm not sure about this," she murmured, more to herself than to the group. The legends she had heard as a child, stories whispered around campfires and passed from one terrified traveler to another, resurfaced in her mind. But despite her reservations, she couldn't deny the thrill she felt at the idea of unraveling the truth behind the forest. "Okay," she finally said, more to appease Max than anything else. "I'll go, but I'm not going in blind. If anything feels off, we turn back, no questions asked." Sophie stared at her for a moment, her expression unreadable. "You're all mad," she finally said, shaking her head. "But fine, I'm in too. I'm not letting you go out there alone. But I won't pretend I'm not worried about this." Her words hung heavily in the air, but she stood up, signaling her agreement. There was no turning back now. James grinned and raised his coffee cup. "Guess that settles it then. Let's go find out what's really out there." His voice was steady, but a flicker of uncertainty crept into his eyes. He had always been the brave one, the one who led them into daring situations, but even he wasn't immune to the weight of the invitation. As the group made plans for the trip, a sense of unease gnawed at them, but they pushed it aside. They were a team, after all, and there was nothing they couldn't handle together. Still, as the night wore on and the coffee shop grew emptier, the air between them felt heavier, as though the invitation had marked them with an unspoken promise. Whether they were ready or not, they were about to enter a world where the lines between the real and the supernatural blurred, and nothing would ever be the same again. The following morning, the group of friends gathered outside Ella's apartment, backpacks slung over their shoulders and excitement mixing with unease. Their car, an old SUV that had seen better days, was packed with camping supplies, food, and an assortment of hiking gear. The weather was clear, the sky bright blue with just a hint of clouds, but there was a strange stillness in the air, as though the world itself was holding its breath. Despite the early hour, the day already felt heavy. As they drove out of the city, the urban landscape quickly gave way to sprawling fields and wooded areas. The hum of the tires against the road was the only sound for miles, and the tension between them slowly began to settle. Max cracked a joke, but it fell flat. Even James, the usual source of energy in the group, seemed quieter than usual, his eyes fixed ahead, his thoughts likely occupied with the legends of Black Hollow Forest. No one dared to acknowledge the growing sense of dread, but it hung over them like an invisible weight. The closer they got to the forest, the stranger the landscape became. The road narrowed, flanked by towering trees whose branches intertwined to form a canopy overhead, blocking the sunlight. The forest felt like it was closing in on them, making the air feel thicker and harder to breathe. Ella, who had driven the farthest, couldn't help but glance at the others as the road twisted further into unfamiliar territory. "Are we sure we're on the right path?" she asked, her voice edged with uncertainty. Max waved a hand dismissively, trying to lighten the mood. "Of course we are. GPS says we're less than an hour away. No turning back now." His voice was brimming with forced enthusiasm, but it did little to alleviate the growing tension. Sophie, who had been staring out the window for the last few minutes, turned toward the others with a furrowed brow. "It's too quiet," she said softly, her words almost drowned by the whirring of the engine. "We haven't seen a single car for the past half hour." James shot her a reassuring smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "It's just remote out here. people don't come this way often. But Sophie wasn't convinced. There was something unnerving about the stillness, like they were entering a place that was never meant to be disturbed. Her stomach churned as they drove deeper into the woods, and a lingering thought crept into her mind. What if this was a trap? What if they were being lured into something far darker than they could imagine? They passed a dilapidated roadside diner, its neon sign flickering faintly in the distance. It was a decrepit place, looking as though it hadn't seen customers in years. But outside the diner stood an old man, bent and weathered, with piercing gray eyes that seemed far too sharp for his age. As they drove by, the man raised a hand, his eyes locking onto Ella's. She quickly looked away, but the moment lingered. He didn't seem like he was just waving for attention. He seemed like he was warning them. "Did anyone else see that guy?" Max asked, breaking the silence. His voice was a little too loud, and his words seemed to hang in the air. He looked like he had something to say, but it was like he was waiting for us to pass. Ella, her hand tightening on the steering wheel, glanced at the rearview mirror. "Yeah, I saw him," she replied, her tone softer than usual. "There's something about him, like he knew we were coming." The group fell silent, the unease between them growing once more. Even Max couldn't joke his way out of it this time. The forest, now fully enveloping the road, pressed in on them from all sides. The shadows beneath the trees seemed darker than they should be, stretching long and ominous despite the daylight. They pressed on, ignoring the strange sensation that had settled in their bones. It was only a few more miles, and they had come this far. Nothing could stop them now. As they neared the forest's edge, they saw a faded sign warning visitors of danger. The text was worn, the words barely legible. The only part that was clear was the name, Black Hollow Forest. Ella slowed the car to a stop as they stared at it. Sophie's hand went to the door handle, but no one moved. They could see the trees just beyond, dense and uninviting, their twisted branches creating an impenetrable barrier. "Are you sure we should do this?" Sophie asked quietly, her voice betraying the fear she had been holding in check. Max looked out the window at the looming trees, his expression unreadable. "We've come all this way," he said, his voice low. "Turning back now is just not an option." His words were firm, but there was a tightness in his voice, one that made Ella's heart race. She wanted to argue, to turn the car around and head home, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. The curiosity, the need to understand, pulled her forward. There was no more avoiding it. With a deep breath, Ella pressed the gas pedal and drove toward the entrance of the forest. As they crossed the threshold into Black Hollow, the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. The air grew dense, and the sunlight seemed to fade, as if the forest had swallowed it whole. The world outside the car seemed to disappear, leaving them in an eerie, quiet world of towering trees and oppressive silence. The moment they entered the forest, the atmosphere shifted. The trees crowded close, their branches twisting together like gnarled fingers, blocking out much of the sunlight. The path ahead appeared narrow and uninviting, the dirt road littered with broken branches and undergrowth. No birds called from the trees. No animals rustled in the bushes. Only the faint sound of their car's engine and the crunch of tires against the gravel could be heard. It wasn't long before the forest seemed to close in entirely. The road became a narrow, winding path, and every turn seemed to bring them deeper into the heart of the forest. The trees looked darker now, their trunks impossibly tall, their leaves a deep shade of green that felt almost unnatural. Despite the daytime hour, it felt like dusk was already settling in. The shadows seemed to stretch and grow, shifting like something alive. They arrived at a small clearing just beyond the thickest part of the woods. Ella parked the car, her fingers trembling on the wheel. She wanted to take a moment to gather her thoughts before setting foot into the forest. But as she looked at the others, she could see that none of them were ready either. The forest had already begun to work its sinister magic on them. It was far more unsettling than they had imagined. Yet they would press on. Curiosity had brought them here, and it would carry them into the heart of Black Hollow, whether they liked it or not. The moment the car rolled to a stop in the clearing, an unsettling stillness settled over the group. No birds, no rustling in the underbrush, just the quiet hum of the engine ticking down as the air grew colder. Ella stepped out of the car first, feeling a sudden weight press on her chest. The air was damp, filled with the scent of earth and decaying leaves. The forest, as thick as it was, seemed to swallow the light, making everything feel darker than it should have been. She pulled her jacket tighter around her shoulders, trying to shake off the chill that was creeping into her bones. Max was the next to get out, his usual swagger absent as he surveyed the forest ahead. His eyes lingered on the twisted trees, their branches reaching out like gnarled hands trying to pull them in. "This place is a lot more menacing than I thought," he muttered, half to himself. Sophie followed behind him, her footsteps hesitant. She glanced around, her brow furrowed with concern. "It's too quiet," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't like it. I don't think I've ever been anywhere this alive." James was already heading for the edge of the clearing, scanning the surroundings. "It's just the forest, guys. We're overthinking it." His attempt to calm them fell flat. Even he couldn't shake the strange tension in the air. It was as though the trees themselves were watching them, waiting for something to happen. The group had come here seeking adventure, but now, standing at the threshold of the cursed woods, it felt more like they had stumbled into something they weren't meant to find. Ella walked toward the center of the clearing, trying to steady her nerves. There was something about the forest that seemed off, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for them to make the next move. The ground beneath her feet was soft, damp with moisture from the heavy mist that hung in the air. Every step seemed to echo unervingly loud in the stillness, and for a moment she wondered if they had made a mistake in coming here. But it was too late to turn back now. Max was already setting up their campsite near a large moss-covered rock at the edge of the clearing. He had always been the most enthusiastic about camping, but even his usual sense of confidence had waned as the day darkened into dusk. The shadows lengthened with an unnatural swiftness, the fading light swallowed by the dense canopy above. The trees, whose trunks appeared gnarled and twisted, loomed like silent sentinels, blocking out the rest of the world. It felt as though they were stepping into a realm that had been forgotten by time, and that sense of isolation only intensified with every passing minute. Sophie and James were unpacking the rest of their gear, but neither of them spoke much. Sophie was the first to break the silence, her voice laced with apprehension. "Have you noticed how the trees seem to move?" She paused, looking toward the thick woods. "It's like they're watching us." Ella glanced around, feeling a knot tighten in her stomach. The wind had picked up, but it wasn't the usual breeze. They could hear it whistling through the branches, making the trees groan and creak as if protesting their presence. James shrugged, trying to dismiss the unease in her voice. "It's just wind. You're imagining things." But his voice lacked the conviction it usually carried. They had all heard the stories, the rumors of strange things happening in Black Hollow Forest. People had vanished without a trace, and those who returned were never quite the same. It was a place that whispered of dark forces, of forgotten rituals that should have stayed buried. And yet, here they were, standing in the heart of it. As night fell, the temperature dropped sharply. The fire crackled to life, casting flickering shadows against the trees. They sat around the campfire, the flames their only source of warmth and light. The sound of the forest, its whispers and creaks, seemed to grow louder as the night deepened. Max tried to make light of it, cracking jokes, but his attempts to keep the mood light were met with hollow laughter. No one was quite as carefree as they had been when they first arrived. Ella found herself staring into the fire, the flames dancing in a way that seemed almost hypnotic. Her thoughts drifted back to the letter they had received, to the mysterious invitation that had drawn them here. It felt like they were part of something much bigger, something they couldn't understand. And as much as she tried to dismiss the feeling, it kept creeping back the sense that they were not alone, that something was watching them, waiting for them to slip up. Max's voice cut through the tension, louder now, trying to force a sense of normalcy into the situation. "Hey, I've got an idea," he said, grinning. "Let's take a walk through the woods. Get a little exploring in before we hit the sack." He stood up, clearly eager to shake off the eerie feeling that had settled over them. Sophie immediately protested, her face pale. "It's too dark. We should stay here by the fire." But Max was already pulling his jacket on, determined to prove he wasn't afraid. James, always up for an adventure, stood as well. "I'll go with you," he said, his voice steady, though Ella noticed the faint tremor in his hands as he adjusted his backpack. Ella hesitated, her instincts screaming at her to stay put. But she didn't want to appear scared, not in front of her friends. With a forced smile, she stood up. "I'll go too. But if we get lost, I'm blaming you, Max." The three of them, with Sophie reluctantly following at a distance, ventured into the woods. The light from the campfire quickly faded, leaving them to navigate in the dark. The trees were even thicker here, their branches twisting in grotesque patterns, their bark rough and mottled. The air was damp, and the further they walked, the colder it became. They could hear the faint sound of something moving between the trees, but whenever they stopped to listen, it would stop too. They wandered deeper into the forest, the silence between them growing heavier with every step. The deeper they went, the more the forest seemed to shift around them. The trees seemed to loom larger, their shadows stretching and distorting as the moon rose higher in the sky. Ella could feel the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. There was something wrong here. She could feel it in her bones. But it was too late to turn back now. The forest had already begun to close in on them. The forest had swallowed them whole. The deeper they ventured, the more the world outside seemed to fade into nothingness. Ella led the group, her heart pounding in her chest, each step seeming to echo too loudly in the thickening air. The trees around them had begun to feel like they were closing in, their branches twisting together in unnatural angles. The moon, partially obscured by clouds, barely filtered through the dense canopy above. The air was heavy, laden with the scent of damp earth and the occasional musty undertone that seemed to be coming from the very ground itself. Max, ever the optimist, was the first to break the silence. "See? It's not so bad. We're just a little deep in the woods, that's all." He laughed, but it sounded hollow, as if the words themselves couldn't push past the unease that had settled in the air. Sophie, walking just behind him, shot him a look of disbelief. "This doesn't feel right, Max," she said softly, her voice trembling. "The trees, they're so unnatural. And it's too quiet." She swallowed hard, looking over her shoulder as if expecting something to appear out of the shadows. James, who had been walking ahead, stopped suddenly, his eyes narrowing as if he were listening for something. He raised a hand to signal the others to halt. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice strained. Everyone fell still, straining their ears into the oppressive silence. For a moment, nothing but the sound of their breathing filled the air. But then, faintly, they heard it, a rustling sound from behind them, as though something was moving between the trees. They all turned, but the forest was as still as ever, no sign of movement anywhere. Max scoffed. It's probably just an animal, maybe a squirrel or a deer. But his voice lacked its usual confidence. Ella felt a knot tighten in her stomach, her instinct screaming that it was something far worse. "It didn't sound like an animal," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The shadows around them seemed to grow longer, the trees themselves appearing to loom closer, as if the forest was watching, listening, waiting. Sophie let out a shaky breath. "I think we should go back. This was a bad idea. Let's just get back to the camp." She turned to start walking back the way they had come, but as she did, something strange happened. The path, which had been clear when they arrived, was now hidden under a thick layer of mist, swirling around their ankles. The trees that had once been spaced out neatly now seemed to stretch far wider, their trunks twisting into grotesque shapes. It was as if the forest itself was shifting, rearranging itself to confuse them. "Where did the path go?" Ella asked, her voice tinged with panic. She took a few steps forward, her eyes scanning the surrounding trees, but the fog had thickened so quickly that she couldn't even see the campsite in the distance. The air felt colder now, too unnaturally so. Max, who had been walking ahead, suddenly froze in his tracks. Did anyone else feel that? His voice was tight with uncertainty. Before anyone could respond, there was a loud cracking noise from behind them, like a branch snapping underfoot. Ella whipped around, her heart racing. The forest around them was completely still, save for the heavy rustling of leaves in the wind. No one was there. "We should never have come here," Sophie whispered, her voice trembling. She was visibly shaken now, her eyes wide with fear. Ella, too, felt the weight of their situation. The air had grown heavier, and with every breath she took, it felt harder to fill her lungs. The atmosphere felt thick with dread, as though something was pressing down on them from all sides. "We need to get out of here," Ella said, her voice barely audible. But as she turned, she found herself face to face with something that made her blood run cold. Standing at the edge of the mist, just beyond the clearing, was a figure tall, shadowed, and completely still. It wasn't quite a person, not fully, but something about its silhouette was unmistakable. A figure in dark, tattered robes, standing motionless in the mist, watching them. Max's voice cracked as he muttered, "What the hell is that?" His face had gone pale, his usual bravado gone in an instant. The figure didn't move, but it was as if the air around it rippled with a malevolent presence. It felt like something was watching them, something ancient and hungry. Without thinking, Ella grabbed Max's arm and pulled him back, urging the group to retreat. But as they turned, they realized that the mist had thickened around them again, and the trees were no longer in their familiar positions. The forest was shifting once more. Panic set in as they tried to retrace their steps, but no matter which direction they turned, they only seemed to go deeper into the forest. The mist closed in, and every step seemed to lead them further away from the clearing, from safety. The figure was gone now, but the sense of being watched had only grown stronger. "We need to stick together," James said, his voice tight with fear. But even he seemed unsure of what was happening. The forest, it seemed, was alive in a way they hadn't understood when they first entered. And now, it wasn't letting them go. The atmosphere in the forest grew thicker, heavier with every passing moment. They had no choice but to keep moving, the sound of their footsteps muffled by the dense fog that wrapped around them like a suffocating blanket. Every direction they turned felt wrong, the trees and shadows seeming to close in around them as they ventured deeper into the unknown. The fog twisted and swirled, further obscuring their vision and distorting the already unnerving landscape. Max was the first to speak, though his voice sounded hollow, uncertain. This isn't right," he muttered, glancing nervously at the others. "The trees, they weren't like this when we got here. They're all twisted now." I don't remember them bending like that." His words hung in the air, confirming the silent fear that had already taken root in their hearts. The forest was changing, and with it, the sense of dread only grew more palpable. Sophie clutched her arms tightly, shivering not from the cold but from an overwhelming sense of unease. "What if we're not alone?" she whispered, though she wasn't sure if she was asking the question or answering it. She kept glancing over her shoulder, as if expecting something to emerge from the mist. Ella shared her unease, feeling the hairs on the back of her neck prickle with the sensation of eyes on them. They were being watched, but the deeper they ventured, the harder it was to pinpoint exactly where the danger lay. James, trying to keep the group calm, suggested they split up to cover more ground. "If we find something, we'll call out," he said, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. "We need to find a way out, and the only way to do that is by figuring out what's going on here. We can't just keep wandering aimlessly." Ella hesitated, but the weight of the situation pressed down on her. She didn't want to separate, but there was no other choice. They had to do something. Max, ever eager for action, was the first to break off from the group. "I'll take the left side of the clearing. You guys can cover the other areas." He was gone before anyone could protest, disappearing into the mist without a second thought. Ella's heart sank. Every instinct told her to stick together, but she couldn't voice her concerns in front of the others. They were all on edge, unsure of what was real and what was their imagination running wild. Sophie and James made their way toward the right side of the clearing, the fog growing denser with each step. The air felt oppressive, the silence deafening. It was a strange, unnatural silence, as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The mist clung to their clothes, dampening the air even further, and the distant sound of breaking branches could be heard, but it was impossible to tell where it came from. Ella stayed behind, feeling the weight of her decision to stay put. She wanted to call out to Max, to tell him to come back, but the words stuck in her throat. It was as if the forest itself was swallowing their voices, keeping them trapped in this strange limbo between the known and the unknown. The trees towered above her like silent sentinels, their twisted forms blocking her view. She felt small and insignificant in their shadow. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sharp, guttural scream that echoed through the forest. It was Max's voice. Ella's heart raced in her chest as she sprinted toward the sound, her breath ragged in the cold, damp air. "Max!" she shouted, but her voice was lost in the thick fog. The mist seemed to distort the sound, making it impossible to tell where the scream had come from. Panic clawed at her as she pushed herself harder, her legs aching with every step. When she finally reached the spot where Max had last been, there was no sign of him. The mist swirled around the clearing, thick and suffocating, but Max was gone. Ella felt a cold, creeping sensation of dread crawl up her spine. The scream had been real, she had heard it with her own ears, but there was nothing left to suggest what had happened to him. The ground around her was untouched, the trees still and silent. The forest had swallowed him up, as if he had never been there at all. Sophie and James quickly arrived at her side, their faces pale and drawn with worry. "Where's Max?" Sophie asked, her voice trembling with fear. Ella shook her head, unable to answer. There were no signs, no traces of him, only the eerie silence that pressed in on them from all sides. "He was here. I heard him scream," Ella said, her voice shaking. "But there's nothing. It's like he vanished." The group stood together in the center of the clearing, their eyes darting nervously as the mist closed in around them. The forest was more alive now, the trees creaking and groaning in the wind, as if they were whispering to one another. Ella felt as if she were losing her grip on reality. Was this happening? Was Max really gone, Or had they all just been caught in some twisted nightmare? There was no way to know for sure. All they could do was press on. James clenched his fists. "We need to find him. Now." His voice was firm, but it was clear that his confidence had started to crack. They had crossed a line now, and there was no going back. Whatever was happening in the forest was not natural. It wasn't just the fog or the trees, it was something far darker. And Max's scream had proven that whatever it wasn't playing by any rules they understood. Ella nodded, her mind racing with the possibilities. She didn't know what kind of evil they were dealing with, but she knew it was powerful, and it was hunting them. The only way out was to find Max, to piece together the mystery of the forest, and somehow survive. But as she looked at Sophie and James, she couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was only just getting started. The silence of the forest was maddening, each crackling leaf or snapping twig feeling like a threat in the heavy atmosphere. Ella, Sophie, and James pushed forward through the dense fog, their minds racing with every possible explanation for Max's disappearance. The deeper they went, the more the forest seemed to close in around them, as though the trees themselves were conspiring to trap them in their tangled embrace. The air grew thick with dread, and the further they walked, the more it felt as if they were being drawn into something ancient and malevolent. Max's scream, it was real, Ella said, her voice barely above a whisper. She had to remind herself that it had happened, that Max had been there, but now it felt like a distant memory. Had it really happened? Or had the forest played some cruel trick on them? He couldn't have just vanished. There has to be something here. She glanced nervously at the others, but neither Sophie nor James seemed any more convinced. Sophie was trembling, clutching her jacket tightly around her as if to ward off an invisible cold. James' face was hard, though his eyes betrayed his concern. "We'll find him," he said, though the words were hollow, even to his own ears. He had always prided himself on being the strong one in the group, but now, even he felt the weight of the fear pressing in on him. Something was wrong, something beyond their understanding. "We just have to stay calm and stick together." But despite the words, his own hands were shaking, and his eyes darted nervously around the trees, searching for any sign of Max or anything else. The fog continued to swirl, making it impossible to see much further ahead. The dense mist seemed to have a life of its own, shifting and changing in ways that made the forest feel even more alien. With every step, Ella felt the ground beneath her feet shift, and the path that had once been clear seemed to twist into a maze. It was as if the forest itself was alive, its own dark will pushing them deeper into its heart. And then, as they reached the edge of another clearing, the trees parted just enough for Ella to catch a glimpse of something or someone standing in the distance. At first, she thought it might be Max, but as she took a step forward, the figure disappeared into the mist. It hadn't been a human figure, not really. It had been tall, too tall, with long, skeletal limbs that stretched out unnaturally. The shape moved fluidly, almost like it was gliding through the fog. Ella's breath caught in her throat. "Did you see that?" she gasped, turning to Sophie and James. There was something out there. Something not right. James' eyes narrowed as he peered through the fog. "I didn't see anything." His voice was cautious, but his skepticism faded as his gaze met Ella's terrified expression. He swallowed hard, taking a step toward where she had seen the figure. "What was it?" he asked, but Ella couldn't find the words to explain it. It hadn't been human, but it hadn't been anything they could have prepared for, either. Sophie stepped back, her face pale. "I don't like this. I don't like any of this," she whispered, shaking her head. She was visibly distraught now, her fear becoming too much to hide. She pulled her jacket tighter around her shoulders, as if it could shield her from the unknown horrors surrounding them. We should have never come here. This place, it's alive. It's not just trees. It's something else. Something dark. Her voice was trembling with terror, and it was hard to argue with her. The forest had become more than just a place. It was something sentient, something that didn't want them here. Ella stepped closer to the spot where she had seen the figure, her heart pounding in her chest. She had to know if it was real, if it was some trick of the mind brought on by fear. But as she reached the edge of the clearing, her foot suddenly sank into something soft. She stumbled, barely catching herself before she fell. Looking down, she saw that the ground had changed. What had been solid earth moments ago was now an unnatural, slick mass, as if the forest floor itself had been replaced with something far darker. James and Sophie rushed to her side, but neither of them could offer any explanation for what had happened. The ground had become spongy, almost like it was alive, pulsing with some unknown rhythm. "What the hell is this?" James muttered, his voice low. He tried to pull Ella away, but she couldn't tear her gaze away from the strange, shifting earth beneath her. It was as though the forest was alive in ways they could never have imagined. Then, from behind them, there was a sound, a slow, deliberate dragging noise. It wasn't the rustling of leaves or the movement of an animal. It was something far heavier, like a large mass being dragged through the forest. Ella's heart skipped a beat as she turned to face the sound. From the mist emerged the figure she had seen earlier, but this time it was closer, much closer. It had been waiting for them, its long skeletal arms outstretched, its hollow eyes locked onto theirs. The figure's face was hidden in shadows, but Ella could feel its gaze piercing through her, reading her every fear. The mist swirled around it, the fog parting like a veil to reveal its full form. It was tall, impossibly tall, with long limbs that bent in unnatural angles. Its body was twisted, as if it had once been human but had been altered, stretched and contorted by some dark force. It was no longer a creature of flesh, but something much worse, something from a time long forgotten, a nightmare made real. Sophie screamed, her voice shrill and panicked as she stumbled back, but the figure moved faster than any of them could react. It was on them in an instant, its eyes glowing faintly in the mist, its mouth opening to reveal rows of jagged teeth. The air around them grew colder, and the forest itself seemed to close in, the trees leaning closer as if to witness the terror unfolding. Ella's heart raced in her chest as she backed away, but the figure didn't stop. It was coming for them. They were no longer the hunters, they were the prey. The figure lunged forward with terrifying speed, its twisted form moving through the mist as if it were part of the fog itself. Ella's breath caught in her throat as she stumbled backward, her mind racing for a way to escape. The air grew frigid, biting at her skin as she backed away, feeling the forest close in on her with each passing second. James and Sophie were already several steps ahead, their fear pushing them into a frantic sprint. But the figure was faster, relentless, and it was gaining on them. Sophie screamed, her voice high-pitched and panicked, but her legs betrayed her, tripping over the uneven ground. She crashed to the forest floor, hands scrabbling for purchase as she tried to regain her footing. Ella's heart leapt into her throat as she heard Sophie's panicked breath, the fear in her voice cutting through the night. She wanted to stop, to help her, but the figure was closing in, its eerie presence consuming the space between them. The forest had turned into a labyrinth, the trees shifting with unnatural speed, blocking their path at every turn. "Keep moving," James shouted, his voice barely audible over the pounding of their feet against the earth. Ella didn't look back. She couldn't afford to. The mist seemed to swirl around them, disorienting them, confusing their senses. It felt as though the forest was actively trying to separate them, pushing them into different directions with every step they took. The trees no longer seemed like natural obstacles, they were part of the darkness, their roots twisting like serpents underfoot. A loud guttural growl echoed from behind them, and Ella felt a surge of terror unlike anything she had ever known. The figure wasn't far now. She could hear its footfalls, the crackling of branches as it moved through the forest, hunting them. The sounds were distorted, magnified by the thick mist, making it difficult to tell how close it was. Every shadow seemed to shift into the form of the creature, its silhouette stretching and distorting in her peripheral vision, but every time she turned, it was gone. James reached a narrow gap between two massive trees and motioned for them to follow. "This way," he urged, his voice filled with urgency. But as they moved toward the opening, Ella saw something that made her stop dead in her tracks. The trees ahead were not what they seemed. The trunks were twisted, contorted into grotesque shapes, their limbs stretching in impossible directions. The forest itself was alive, changing in ways that made no sense. And the worst part was that she could feel it, a pulsing energy in the air, something ancient and wrong. "James," Ella gasped, her voice barely a whisper. "The trees, they're moving. It's not just the fog." The ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble slightly, as though the forest was reacting to her words. She reached out, touching one of the trees, and immediately felt a cold, unnatural sensation crawl up her arm. The bark was slick and smooth, unlike any tree she had ever touched. It was as if the forest was feeding off their fear, growing stronger with every step they took. "Don't stop! We have to keep moving!" James shouted, dragging her away from the tree with one swift motion. But it was too late. The figure was there, emerging from the mist like a nightmare made real. It moved with inhuman speed, its long limbs stretched out and snapping toward them, reaching for their throats. Ella screamed, pulling away, but there was no escape. The forest had trapped them, the path back lost in a maze of twisting trees. In the distance, Sophie's cries echoed through the mist, a desperate sound that sent a chill down Ella's spine. "Sophie!" she cried, her voice breaking as she turned toward the direction of the cries. But there was no time to think. The creature was too close, and it was coming for them, its hollow eyes locked onto them with a hunger that made their blood run cold. The air grew denser, harder to breathe as the figure drew nearer. Ella could feel it now, a cold presence pressing against her skin, suffocating her with its dark energy. The mist seemed to thicken, its edges closing in around her vision. It was as if the world itself was closing off, shutting them in with the entity that hunted them. Her legs were burning with exhaustion, her chest tight as she pushed herself harder, faster. But no matter how much ground they gained, the figure was always there, just behind them, an insidious presence that refused to be shaken. Sophie's screams had stopped, replaced by a deep silence that pressed in on them. Ella's heart hammered in her chest as she realized that Sophie was no longer in sight. The thought hit her like a brick. Sophie was gone. The forest had taken her. They were alone now, completely alone, with nothing but the pursuing darkness to chase them. "James," Ella gasped, her voice hoarse, "we need to stop it. We need to find a way to stop it before it takes all of us." Her breath was ragged, her legs nearly giving out beneath her. She could feel the figure closing in again, the fear flooding her system with every step it took. They had to do something, anything, to survive this nightmare. But the mist shifted again, and in that instant, Ella felt the sharp, chilling grip of cold hands around her throat. The figure had finally caught up to them. Ella's breath came in ragged gasps as the figure's icy fingers tightened around her throat. Her vision blurred, and for a terrifying moment, she thought it might be the end. The pressure was suffocating, the coldness in the air cutting through her very soul. She struggled to break free, but the creature's grip was unyielding. Her heart pounded in her chest as the world around her began to grow darker, the mist swirling and twisting in unnatural patterns. Then, just as her vision was beginning to fade, A sharp, guttural scream pierced the air. It wasn't Sophie. It wasn't Max. It was a voice, one that seemed to come from deep within the forest, ancient and echoing with an ominous tone. The creature's grip loosened for a brief moment, and Ella gasped for air. The sound was like a call to the darkness, a summons that made the creature hesitate, its skeletal face flickering in and out of sight. With a final, desperate burst of strength, Ella pulled herself free, falling backward onto the cold ground. Her hands were shaking, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. The mist continued to thicken, swirling around her in heavy waves. Through the fog, she could see James and Sophie both still alive, but shaken, their eyes wide with fear. The creature had retreated for now, but its presence was still palpable in the air, as though it was only waiting for them to make their next move. James was the first to speak, his voice hoarse with terror. "What the hell is that thing? It's not human." His words hung in the air, heavy with the fear that had been building between them. The truth was beginning to dawn on them, the reality of their situation sinking in. This wasn't just a forest. It wasn't just some cursed place that could be explained away by legends and myths. There was something far darker here, something ancient that had been awakened by their presence. Sophie took a step forward, her voice trembling. "It's like it's feeding off our fear. I can feel it. It's not just a creature, it's a force, something that exists in the very fabric of the forest." Her words sent a shiver down Ella's spine. She hadn't wanted to believe it, but now it made sense. The way the forest seemed to change around them, the way it felt like they were being hunted, was all part of the same darkness. Ella looked at James, her heart heavy with the weight of what they had uncovered. "We have to find a way to stop it. To stop this place," she said, her voice shaking but resolute. "Whatever that thing is, it's tied to the forest. We have to find the source of all this before it consumes us completely." Her mind was racing, trying to piece together the fragments of what they had learned so far. The invitation, the symbols they had seen earlier, Max's disappearance, it was all connected. James nodded, his jaw set with determination. "We can't just keep running. We need to face it head-on, or we'll never get out of here." He turned toward the dense forest, his eyes scanning the shadowed trees. "There has to be something here, something that can explain all of this. We need to find it." Sophie looked uneasy, but she didn't argue. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the trees, her eyes searching for anything that might give them a clue. The air felt heavier now, as though the forest itself was breathing around them, its dark energy pressing in from all sides. Ella felt the oppressive weight of it, the sense that the forest was alive with malice, waiting for them to make their next move. But there was no choice. They had come too far to turn back now. With newfound resolve, the group began to move deeper into the forest. Each step felt heavier, the ground beneath their feet soft and spongy, like it was swallowing them up. The mist continued to shift around them, a disorienting blur that made it hard to see. But there was something else, too. A low hum in the air, a vibration that seemed to pulse from the earth itself. Ella could feel it deep in her chest, as though the very ground they walked on was alive, thrumming with an ancient power. As they moved forward, the trees grew thicker, their trunks twisted into unnatural shapes. The path ahead was obscured by dense underbrush, but Ella felt a strange pull, an instinct that told her they were getting closer to whatever was at the heart of the forest. The whispers in the wind grew louder, more distinct, as if the forest itself was speaking to them, warning them of the danger ahead. But despite the fear clawing at their minds, they pressed on. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, they came upon a clearing. The mist parted just enough to reveal an ancient stone altar, half buried in the earth, its surface covered in strange symbols. Ella's heart skipped a beat. This was it, the source of the curse, the dark power that had been feeding off their fear. The altar was old, far older than anything they had ever seen, and the symbols etched into it were like nothing they had encountered before. It was as though they were written in a language older than time itself. "This is where it all began," Sophie whispered, her voice trembling with awe and fear. "This is where the curse was born. Whatever evil is in this forest, it's tied to this place." Ella felt a chill crawl down her spine as she looked at the altar. The air around it seemed to thrum with dark energy, as if the stone itself were alive, waiting for something to awaken it. James stepped forward cautiously, his eyes scanning the symbols on the altar. "We have to destroy it," he said quietly. "This is the heart of the curse. If we break it, we might be able to end this." But even as he said the words, Ella could feel the forest growing more restless, its dark presence pushing against them. The entity was near, and it was far more powerful than they had anticipated. They weren't just fighting for survival anymore, they were fighting for their very souls. The air around them was thick with tension as they stood before the ancient altar, the weight of the forest's oppressive presence pressing down on them. Ella could feel her pulse quicken as she took a step closer to the stone, the strange symbols etched into its surface almost glowing in the dim light. The hum in the air grew louder, and the mist swirled in patterns that seemed to mirror the symbols on the altar. It was as though the very ground beneath them was alive, breathing with a dark, malevolent force that had been waiting for this moment. "We need to destroy it," James repeated, his voice strained, as though the words were physically difficult to say. His hand hovered near the hilt of a knife he had grabbed from their camping supplies, but it was clear that the stone before them was far more than just an object. It was the source of the forest's evil, the anchor for the creature that had been hunting them, and destroying it would not be as simple as smashing a rock. Ella could feel the power emanating from it, its dark energy like a cold whisper at the back of her mind, trying to drag her into its grasp. Sophie stepped forward, her expression resolute despite the fear in her eyes. "If we destroy this, we're breaking the curse," she said, her voice trembling but determined. "But we don't know what will happen. We could make things worse. The forest, it's alive. This altar is connected to everything. Destroying it might tear this place apart." Her words hung in the air like an unspoken warning. The forest was already angry, its presence pressing against them, but there was no turning back now. Ella nodded, her throat dry. She wasn't sure what the right choice was anymore. All she knew was that they couldn't leave without trying. The entity that had been chasing them, that had claimed Max and twisted the very fabric of the forest, needed to be stopped. And if destroying the altar was the only way to do that, then it had to be done. "We'll take the risk," she said, her voice steady despite the knot in her stomach. "It's the only chance we have." Without another word, James raised the knife, holding it high above his head as though to strike down at the altar. But before he could bring it down, the ground trembled beneath their feet, and the mist seemed to thicken, wrapping around them like a living thing. A deep, guttural growl echoed through the trees, and the temperature dropped sharply, sending a chill through their bones. The figure, the entity that had been hunting them, emerged from the fog once more, its dark form rising out of the mist like a nightmare made flesh. The creature was faster than before, its skeletal limbs stretching unnaturally, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. It moved with terrifying speed, and before they could react, it was upon them. Sophie screamed as she stumbled backward, but Ella grabbed her arm, pulling her away from the figure just as its claws reached for them. The air around them crackled with an electric charge, and Ella felt an overwhelming sense of dread flood through her. It was here, and it was more powerful than they had ever imagined. "Get away from the altar!" James shouted, his voice filled with panic. He swung the knife at the figure, but it passed through the creature's form as if it were made of smoke. The entity screeched in rage, its mouth opening wide to reveal rows of jagged teeth, and Ella could see that it was feeding off their fear, growing stronger with every passing second. The forest around them seemed to come alive, the trees twisting and shifting, their branches reaching down like claws to trap them in place. The mist around them was now so thick that they could barely see each other, let alone the creature. The sounds of its movements were distorted, as though it was everywhere at once. Ella's breath came in shallow gasps as she tried to gather her thoughts. They had to fight back, but how could they fight something that wasn't even real? The figure wasn't a creature of flesh and blood. It was a manifestation of the forest's curse, a physical embodiment of the dark force that had been lurking here for centuries. Think, Ella screamed, trying to clear her mind. The altar. We need to destroy it now before it gets any stronger. James's hand trembled as he gripped the knife, but before he could strike again, the entity lunged, its sharp claws slashing through the air. The world around them seemed to shift, and for a moment, Ella's vision blurred. The mist swirled around her, and she could feel herself being pulled into the fog, the weight of the forest's power pressing against her, trying to force her into submission. Then, something inside her snapped. She wasn't going to let this place win. She wasn't going to let the entity take them. "James!" she shouted, her voice fierce. "We have to destroy it now. We have no choice." The fog around her parted just enough for her to see the altar clearly. The symbols on its surface were glowing, pulsing with dark energy, but there was a pattern there, something she hadn't noticed before. It was a weakness, an opening in the dark magic that held the forest together. With newfound determination, Ella grabbed a nearby rock, hefting it in her hand. She hurled it at the altar, aiming for the center of the symbols. The stone struck with a resounding crack, and for a moment, nothing happened. But then, a blinding flash of light erupted from the altar, and the creature let out a deafening scream of fury. The ground shook violently as the dark energy that had been binding the forest together began to unravel. The trees groaned, their twisted limbs snapping and cracking as if they were being torn apart from the inside. The figure's form began to distort, its skeletal limbs twitching erratically as it screamed in agony. It lunged at them one last time, but the energy around the altar surged, pushing it back. The entity writhed and twisted, its form collapsing into itself as the dark power that had held it together shattered. The air around them was filled with a deafening roar, and Ella's body trembled as the very ground beneath them seemed to crack open, the forest itself screaming in pain. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the chaos ceased. The mist began to dissipate, and the oppressive weight that had been pressing on them for so long lifted. The forest fell silent, the trees returning to their natural state, and the air cleared. The altar, once a dark source of power, was now just a broken stone, its symbols fading into the earth. The creature was gone, its presence erased from the forest as though it had never been there at all. The silence that followed the battle was deafening. The mist had finally cleared, and the oppressive darkness that had clung to the forest for so long seemed to lift with the fading of the entity. The trees, no longer contorted by the malevolent force, stood tall and still, their branches swaying gently in the wind. The eerie, unnatural hum that had filled the air had faded, and for the first time since their arrival, the forest felt almost peaceful. But the peace was fragile, and the cost of it weighed heavily on them. Ella stood in the clearing, her heart still racing, her breath shallow as she tried to absorb what had just happened. The altar lay in ruins, the dark energy that had once pulsed from it now gone, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Despite the creature's destruction, despite the forest's return to normalcy, the burden of what they had just faced felt too heavy to shake. They had won, yes, but they had lost so much along the way. Max was gone, swallowed by the forest, And Sophie. Sophie wasn't the same. Sophie stood by the altar, her gaze distant, her eyes hollow. She hadn't said much since the battle had ended, and the fear and exhaustion were written all over her face. Her once vibrant energy had been drained, replaced by something far darker. She seemed to have retreated inside herself, her mind somewhere far away, as if she were no longer fully present. Ella felt a pang of guilt twist in her chest. They had come here together, and yet Sophie had been left to carry the weight of what had happened. She had witnessed everything, and now it seemed as though the forest had taken something from her, something that couldn't be repaired. Sophie. Ella's voice was soft, barely more than a whisper, but it caught Sophie's attention. She turned slowly, her expression unreadable. "Are you okay?" The question sounded hollow, meaningless, in the face of everything they had endured. How could anyone be okay after what they had witnessed? But Sophie didn't answer. She simply looked at Ella, her eyes distant, and then turned away, as if Ella's concern couldn't reach her. James stepped forward, his expression just as grim as Ella's. "We need to go," he said, his voice low. "The forest is calm now, but we've seen what it can do. We're not safe here." His words rang with the authority of someone who had seen the worst and now knew what true fear was. Ella nodded, feeling the weight of his words. They couldn't stay in the forest, not after everything that had happened. But even as she turned to leave, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were not truly free. The forest had taken them in, had shaped them into something it could control, and she knew deep down that the scars would remain forever. Sophie finally spoke, her voice distant and broken. "I don't want to go," she whispered. "I don't want to leave him behind." Ella froze, her heart tightening as Sophie's words hit her like a physical blow. "Max, we can't just leave him here. He's—" Sophie's voice trailed off, and she looked down at the ground, as though trying to gather the words that wouldn't come. Ella understood. They had left Max behind, and it was a wound they would never be able to heal. They had survived, but in doing so, they had lost pieces of themselves along the way. James looked at Sophie, his face hardening. "We don't have a choice," he said, his tone final. "Max is gone. There's nothing we can do." His voice was colder than Ella had ever heard it, and she could see the strain in his eyes. The loss was hitting him hard, but he had to stay strong. He had to keep moving forward. They all did. The forest had taken so much, but they couldn't allow it to take any more. Sophie's eyes filled with tears, and for a moment Ella thought she might break down. But then Sophie's shoulders straightened, and she wiped her eyes, standing taller. "You're right," she whispered. "We can't stay here. We have to leave." But her voice had lost its conviction, as though she was speaking the words more to herself than anyone else. Ella reached out to her, but Sophie stepped back, her gaze distant again. The moment of vulnerability was gone, replaced by a hardness that Ella didn't recognize. As they made their way back through the forest, Ella couldn't help but feel the weight of what they had left behind. The creature was gone, the curse broken, but something had been lost in the process. The forest was still, but the remnants of what had happened lingered in the air. A quiet reminder of the terror they had faced. She glanced at James and Sophie, both of them lost in their thoughts, but neither of them spoke. The silence between them was heavy, oppressive. They reached the edge of the forest, the boundary between the darkness they had left behind and the world that lay beyond. Ella stopped for a moment, looking back at the trees that had once seemed so alive, so full of danger. Now, they seemed empty, hollow. The forest had given them no answers, no redemption. It had only taken. As they stepped into the clearing beyond the trees, Ella felt the weight of the curse lift from her shoulders, but a new weight settled in its place. They had escaped, Yes, but they were forever changed by what they had experienced. The forest would never let them forget, and neither would the scars it had left on their souls. The price of their survival had been high, and one last truth remained unspoken. One of them would always be missing. One of them would always have to sacrifice everything to break the curse. The shadows of the forest. The sun hung low in the sky as the group of 5 friends drove toward the small village nestled at the edge of the infamous forest. The air inside the car was thick with excitement, the hum of the engine matching the chatter of eager voices. They were ready for their weekend getaway away from the noise of city life, the stress of school and work, and the pressures of everyday existence. But as the car rolled into the village, the energy shifted, and an unsettling silence seemed to settle over the place. The villagers weren't exactly unfriendly, but their eyes betrayed something else, something heavy and ancient that lingered beneath their kind smiles. It was as if they were watching the group with both curiosity and fear, as though expecting them to turn back, but knowing deep down that they wouldn't. The group, accustomed to adventure, brushed it off. The village was quaint and picturesque, with ivy-covered cottages and flower-filled gardens. But there was one person who seemed different, an elderly woman sitting alone on the steps of her small house at the edge of town. As the friends passed her, the old woman's eyes locked onto theirs. She didn't smile or wave like the others. Her weathered face, pale beneath the sun, seemed carved from time itself. When she spoke, her voice was soft but carried the weight of 1,000 untold stories. "You're going into the forest, aren't you?" she asked, her words slow and deliberate. There was a cold edge to her tone that made the air feel colder, even though it was still summer. Mark, always the skeptic, laughed it off. "Of course we are. It's a great spot for camping. A little spooky, sure, but what's an adventure without a bit of fear, right?" The woman's eyes didn't waver. "You've heard the legend, haven't you? Of the cursed forest." At the mention of the curse, the group fell silent. They had heard rumors, of course. The stories that were passed down through generations, whispered in the dark corners of the village. But they had always dismissed them as old wives' tales, just stories to scare children. Anna, the more sensitive of the group, couldn't help but shiver at the mention. "The forest was once a sacred place," the old woman continued, her voice growing more intense, as if the words themselves were drawn from some deep well of ancient fear. "The people who lived here worshipped the spirits of the trees, offering gifts to ensure peace and prosperity. But they grew greedy. They broke the pact with the forest, taking more than they should have. The spirits didn't forgive them." She paused, staring at the group as if searching their souls for any sign of disbelief. "The spirits are still there, watching. And the forest is cursed. The shadows you see in the trees aren't just the absence of light. They are the souls of those who once lived here, trapped by their own greed, seeking revenge on anyone who dares enter." Anna's eyes widened, and she instinctively glanced toward the darkening tree line, as if she could already feel the weight of the curse pressing in on them. Mark, however, waved her words away with a dismissive gesture. "Come on, old legends don't mean anything," he said, trying to keep the mood light. "This is just another ghost story. We're going to have a great time. Just wait and see." But the old woman's eyes never left him, and her next words sent an unsettling chill through the group. "You'll understand when night falls, if you live to see it." She stood up slowly, her frail form creaking as if she were made of dust. "Stay out of the forest after dark," she warned, before turning away and disappearing into the shadows of her home. The group stood there for a moment, unsure of how to respond. The air seemed unnaturally still, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Sarah, the most pragmatic of the group, cleared her throat and broke the silence. "Well, we're here now. What's the worst that could happen? Despite their attempt at bravado, a sense of unease lingered in the air. They drove past the village and toward the edge of the forest, where the towering trees stood like silent sentinels, their twisted limbs reaching out as if to grab them. As they set up camp under the canopy of ancient trees, the whispers of the old woman's words seemed to follow them. The stories of the forest's curse were buried deep in their minds now, and despite their laughter and teasing, the unease they had felt since leaving the village never quite disappeared. There was something about this place, something that made their skin crawl and their instincts scream that this was no ordinary camping trip. The fire crackled in the center of their camp, casting long shadows across the ground. Everything seemed calm, for the moment. But as the night deepened, the forest around them seemed to grow heavier. The breeze, once light and playful, became still. The trees stood like sentinels, their dark trunks rising out of the earth like twisted fingers reaching toward the heavens. And then, as the moon rose high in the sky, the whispers began. Faint, like the rustling of leaves, but unmistakable. And they were not the sound of the wind. There was something else in the air. The next morning, the group was bustling with excitement, their plans taking shape as they gathered their camping gear in the small, cramped cabin they had rented on the outskirts of the village. The cool air of the forest had a refreshing bite to it, and the smell of pine mixed with the earthy scent of damp leaves, making everything feel alive. Despite the lingering unease from the night before, their eagerness to explore pushed them forward. They had come for adventure, after all. James, the self-proclaimed paranormal expert, was already busy sorting through his collection of oddities. He had an old leather pouch filled with an assortment of trinkets, strange stones, dark candles, and what appeared to be a vial of shimmering liquid. While the others were excited about the hike and the possibility of spotting wildlife, James was preoccupied with his preparation. "This is just in case," he said, holding up a small charm. "You can never be too careful with cursed places." Mark rolled his eyes but couldn't help the slight unease that crept into his stomach. He had always been skeptical of things like paranormal activity and curses, but after the old woman's warning, he couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. He chuckled nervously, trying to brush it off. "Are you really bringing all that stuff?" "We're just here for a weekend, man." James grinned. "Better safe than sorry. Besides, you never know when you'll need it. And the last thing you want is to mess with something you don't understand." He tucked the pouch securely into his backpack, then gave a dramatic glance toward the forest's edge. "This place has a history, trust me." Lucas, the survivalist, stood nearby, double-checking the equipment. He was the type of person who always came prepared, whether it was a simple weekend getaway or a potential life-or-death situation. He was the one who had insisted they bring more gear than necessary, including extra food, emergency supplies, and a powerful flashlight. "We'll be fine as long as we stick together," he said, his voice steady and confident. "Just remember to keep track of the trail. It's easy to get lost in these woods." Anna, who had remained mostly silent, finally spoke up. "What if we do get lost? What if the forest? What if the curse is real?" She was clearly still rattled from the previous evening, and the lingering thoughts of the old woman's warning had clearly not left her mind. Sarah, ever the voice of reason, shook her head and smiled reassuringly at Anna. "The curse is just a story. We've heard it all before. People love to scare each other with old legends. We're just here to have a good time and enjoy the outdoors. Nothing more." But even as Sarah said it, she couldn't help the flicker of doubt that passed through her mind. She was trying to convince herself as much as Anna. As much as they tried to laugh and brush off the legend, there was an undercurrent of tension that none of them could ignore. It was like the forest itself was breathing around them, waiting. As they set out, the trees quickly swallowed them up, casting the group into an eerie half-light. The trail was narrow, winding between tall oaks and thick brush. Birds cawed in the distance, and the occasional rustle of leaves hinted at something moving just out of sight. The further they walked, the more the world seemed to close in on them. James was the first to break the uneasy silence. "You guys ever wonder what might actually be out here? I mean, we're in the middle of nowhere, right? Who knows what's hidden beneath the surface? What kind of history this place holds?" His voice trailed off as he glanced around, scanning the trees as if expecting something to appear. Mark shot him a look. "Yeah, I'm sure there's all kinds of weird stuff out here, ghosts, rituals, you name it. But we're just here to hike and camp. Nothing's gonna happen." Still, James wasn't convinced. He had done his research before coming here, and he knew enough about the area to be wary. The locals avoided the forest for a reason, and James wasn't about to ignore the warnings. He tightened his grip on the straps of his backpack, feeling the weight of the objects inside it. He wasn't sure what he was preparing for, but part of him hoped he wouldn't need to find out. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew closer together, their gnarled branches interlocking above them, forming a canopy that blocked out much of the daylight. The air was cooler now, thicker, and there was an unnatural stillness that clung to the space around them. Even the birds had stopped singing. Every crack of a twig underfoot, every gust of wind that rattled the leaves, felt amplified in the silence. They pressed on, the trail becoming more difficult to navigate as the forest grew denser. Lucas, who had been leading the way, stopped and looked back at the others. "This doesn't feel right," he muttered, his usual confidence shaken. He could sense something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. There was an energy in the air heavy, oppressive, and the forest seemed to be alive in a way that was unsettling. "Maybe we should head back," Anna suggested quietly, her voice barely audible. She was staring at the shadows between the trees, her eyes wide with uncertainty. "I don't think we should go any deeper." But Mark, eager to prove that the old woman's warnings were nothing more than superstition, shook his head. "Come on, we've come this far. Let's just keep going for a bit. We're almost at the spot I wanted to camp." Even as he spoke, the weight of the forest's silence pressed down harder. Each step they took felt like a step deeper into the unknown. The woods felt almost alive now, as if the trees themselves were watching them, listening, waiting. By the time they reached their intended camping spot, the forest had grown dark with shadows, the daylight rapidly fading as the sun sank beneath the horizon. The trees around them had become twisted and ancient, their roots snaking through the ground like gnarled fingers. The silence was now palpable, unnerving. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of nature, but something deeper, more oppressive. The weight of the forest pressed in on them from all sides. They hurried to set up camp, their nervous chatter filling the air as they unpacked their gear. The sound of tents being pitched, bags unzipped, and fires crackling seemed almost out of place in the eerie quiet of the forest. But despite their best efforts to maintain a semblance of normalcy, every rustle of the leaves, every distant sound of the wind, felt too deliberate, too unnatural. James set up his small camping stove with practiced ease, clearly attempting to distract himself with something familiar. "You guys brought marshmallows, right?" he asked, trying to lighten the mood with a forced grin. Nothing like a campfire treat to calm the nerves. But Mark wasn't in the mood for jokes. He glanced around uneasily, his eyes darting from one shadow to the next. "I don't know, guys," he said, his voice low. "It just feels off, you know? Like we're being watched." The others exchanged uncomfortable glances, but nobody said anything. They had all felt it too, the subtle prickle on the back of their necks, the sensation of something lurking just beyond the edge of their vision. But they refused to acknowledge it aloud, too determined to prove that their fears were unfounded. They were here to have fun, to experience the great outdoors, not to be haunted by old stories. As night fell fully over the forest, the fire they'd built crackled and popped, its light casting long, wavering shadows across the ground. The trees around them seemed to shift and sway, though there was no wind to explain it. The silence was so complete that even the distant sounds of animals seemed to have vanished. The forest felt empty, too empty, as though it had been drained of life. Anna pulled her jacket tighter around her shoulders, glancing toward the forest's edge where the dark shapes of the trees stood like sentinels. "Do you guys feel that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I feel it too," Sarah admitted, looking around as if she, too, could sense the strange tension in the air. "It's like the forest is holding its breath." "Stop it," Mark said, his tone more defensive than he intended. "You're letting the stories get to your heads. We're in the middle of a beautiful forest, and the only thing that's dangerous here is your imagination." But even as he said it, his voice wavered, betraying the uncertainty growing inside him. As the evening wore on, the light from their campfire flickered and danced, casting strange shadows against the trunks of the trees. The night air grew colder, and the group huddled closer around the fire, hoping for warmth and comfort. But the forest remained unnervingly still, the kind of stillness that made everything feel too quiet, too aware. Around midnight, the temperature dropped sharply, the chill seeping into their bones despite the warmth of the fire. James shivered as he adjusted his jacket. "I've been in forests at night before, but this—" he trailed off, glancing uneasily at the dark outline of the trees. "This doesn't feel right." A low hum seemed to rise from the ground, subtle at first, but growing steadily louder. It wasn't a noise they could identify, nor did it seem to come from any clear direction. It was as though the very earth beneath them was vibrating. Everyone fell silent, the sound of their breathing seeming to join the hum in an eerie harmony. "What the hell is that?" Lucas asked, his voice sharp with tension. He stood, gripping his flashlight tightly, scanning the woods around them. The beam of light cut through the dark, illuminating the trunks of trees, but nothing seemed to be there. Yet, the hum persisted, vibrating in their chests like a low, ominous heartbeat. Anna looked around, her heart racing. "I don't like this," she whispered. "It feels like the forest is alive, like it's watching us." Her voice was barely audible, but it carried a weight that none of them could ignore. James reached into his bag and pulled out one of the small charms he had packed. "I think it's time we start taking this seriously," he said, his usual bravado absent from his voice. He held the charm tightly in his hand, as though it might offer protection against something they didn't yet understand. The hum seemed to swell again, this time accompanied by a faint whispering. At first, it was unintelligible, but soon the words became clearer. They were distant, yet unmistakably close, as though the forest itself were speaking to them. The whispers echoed through the air, a language none of them could understand. Panic gripped the group as they huddled together, each one silently praying that the whispers would stop, that the unnatural hum would fade. But it only grew louder, the sound surrounding them, pressing in from all directions. They realized, too late, that the forest wasn't just empty. It was filled with something far more sinister. The whispers persisted, growing in volume, until they felt as though they were surrounded by voices that weren't their own. The wind, which had been eerily absent until now, picked up suddenly, whipping through the trees with a force that seemed unnatural. The shadows in the forest seemed to stretch, elongating in the moonlight as if they were alive, following the movement of the group as they instinctively gathered closer to the fire. The flames flickered violently, casting frantic, distorted shadows on the trees around them. Anna's breathing quickened, her eyes wide with fear. "What's happening? What are they saying?" she asked, her voice trembling. She could hear the words now, faint but unmistakable, a language she couldn't understand. It wasn't just the wind. It was something else. Something that wasn't meant to be heard. Lucas gripped his flashlight tightly, his knuckles white from the pressure. This isn't normal. We need to leave. Now. His voice cracked, panic setting in as the whispers shifting around them, coming from every direction. It was as though the forest itself was speaking in riddles, its words pulling at the edges of their sanity. Mark stood frozen, eyes wide as he tried to make sense of what was happening. "This is insane," he muttered, barely able to hear himself over the rising cacophony of whispers. "We just need to stay calm. There has to be an explanation for this." But even as he said the words, they felt hollow, as if he was trying to convince himself more than anyone else. Suddenly, the whispers stopped. The abrupt silence that followed was deafening. The forest felt suffocating, pressing in on them, leaving no room to breathe. The fire, which had been raging moments before, sputtered, casting an eerie dim light as if it were struggling against the darkness that surrounded them. A chill seeped into their bones, deeper than any cold they had ever felt. Without warning, Anna stood up, her face pale, her eyes wide with terror. I hear something," she whispered, her voice cracking. She took a step forward, her feet moving as if drawn by an invisible force. Her movements were slow, deliberate, as if something beyond her control was guiding her. "It's calling me." Before anyone could react, she was moving away from the campfire, stepping into the darkness of the forest. Her footsteps were slow, as though she were walking in a trance, her body stiff and unyielding. The others shouted her name, but the words were lost to the oppressive stillness of the night. James, his face pale and grim, was the first to follow, instinctively grabbing his flashlight and running after her. "Anna!" he called, his voice filled with desperation. But as he followed her deeper into the woods, the air grew thicker, heavier, and the further they went, the more the forest seemed to close in around them. The shadows of the trees appeared to stretch toward them, the darkness thick and suffocating. The whispers returned, louder this time, and Anna's pace quickened, as though she were drawn to something unseen. Sarah, her heart racing, turned to the others. "We can't let her go alone. We have to follow her," she urged. But Lucas hesitated, looking back toward the campfire, the warmth of the light seeming miles away. "I don't know about this," Lucas said, his voice thick with fear. "This isn't just a bad feeling. This is wrong. We need to get out of here before it's too late." But it was already too late. The whispers were growing louder again, swirling around them like a storm, and the shadows seemed to move, to twist and bend in unnatural ways. The forest itself felt alive, as if the trees were leaning in, watching their every move, waiting for the moment when they would make their fatal mistake. With a determined look in her eyes, Sarah grabbed Lucas's arm. "We can't leave her. We have to find her before something happens." Despite the terror clawing at her throat, she forced her legs to move, pushing deeper into the darkened woods. The path ahead was nearly impossible to follow now. The trees loomed taller and closer, their branches interlocking above, blocking out any remaining trace of the moonlight. The further they went, the more disorienting the forest became, as if the trees themselves were shifting and changing around them. They were lost in a place that felt like it existed beyond time, beyond reason. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the whispers stopped again. The forest fell silent. Anna had vanished into the darkness, and they were left with nothing but the eerie stillness of the woods, the feeling that something was watching them, waiting. They stood there for a moment, each one unwilling to speak, unwilling to acknowledge what they knew deep down. They were no longer alone in the forest. The forest stood in oppressive silence as they stumbled through the dark, their flashlights shaking in their hands. Their breaths came in quick, anxious bursts, the weight of the unseen pressing down on them like an invisible force. Each of them was gripped by a mixture of fear and urgency. Anna had vanished, and though they called out her name, there was no response, only the echo of their voices swallowed by the vastness of the trees. "We need to split up," James said, his voice firm, though it trembled slightly. "We'll cover more ground if we search individually. Just make sure to stay close enough that we can hear each other. Don't go too far." Lucas glanced at the others, the fear in his eyes betraying his usually calm demeanor. "You're kidding, right? We're not splitting up in here. This place is not right." But Mark, his face pale and eyes wide, nodded. "We don't have a choice. Anna's out there, and if we don't find her soon, who knows what will happen to her." He didn't like the idea of splitting up, but the fear gnawing at him outweighed the doubt. "I'll go left," Sarah said quickly, taking a deep breath as she grabbed her flashlight. "We can follow the trail back if we need to. I don't care what it takes, but we're finding her." "I'll go with you," Lucas said reluctantly, though his voice cracked with uncertainty. "Let's stay together. We don't know what's out here." James and Mark exchanged a brief, silent glance, before both of them nodded in agreement. "All right. If anyone finds anything, shout. Don't try to handle it on your own," James ordered, his voice steady despite the rising tension in his chest. And so, they split, moving in opposite directions. The forest felt alive around them, the shadows seeming to stretch and twist unnaturally in the dim light of their flashlights. Mark tried to calm his racing heart, focusing on the distant sound of his own breath, the rustle of his boots against the forest floor. But the longer he walked, the more he felt like something was wrong, like the trees were watching him, listening. As he ventured further, the darkness seemed to deepen, swallowing the beam of his flashlight until the trees ahead became blurry, indistinct shadows. The whispers began again, distant at first, and then louder, more pressing. It wasn't just in his ears, it was in his head. The air around him felt charged, thick with something he couldn't see but knew was there. His skin prickled with an eerie sense of being watched. "Anna!" he called out, but his voice came back to him, distorted and mocking. It was like the forest itself was twisting his words, turning them into something sinister. He gripped his flashlight tighter, his fingers growing numb, and continued walking, determined to find her. Every step felt like it was leading him deeper into the unknown. Meanwhile, Sarah and Lucas moved through the dense underbrush, their eyes scanning the darkness ahead. Every crack of a twig, every rustle of leaves made their hearts leap in their throats. Sarah was the first to notice something strange. Symbols carved into the bark of the trees. Ancient, unrecognizable markings that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. Her breath caught in her throat as she stepped closer, her flashlight illuminating the symbols. "What the hell is this?" Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. She reached out to touch the carvings, but the moment her fingers brushed the bark, a jolt of cold shot up her arm, and the whispers returned, louder now, circling around her like 1,000 voices. Lucas froze, his flashlight trembling in his hand. "We need to get out of here," he muttered, his voice trembling. "This doesn't look like anything natural. Those symbols, they look like some kind of ritual." Before Sarah could respond, a loud snap sounded from behind them. Both of them spun around, the beam of their flashlights cutting through the darkness. For a split second, they thought they saw someone moving between the trees, but when they blinked, it was gone, leaving nothing but the empty, oppressive woods. "I don't like this," Lucas said, his breath shallow, eyes wide. "We need to go back. This place, it's messing with my head." The whispers grew louder, swirling around them in a cacophony of voices, but this time they were joined by something else, the faintest sound of laughter, soft and mocking, drifting in from all directions. It wasn't human. It was something darker, something that didn't belong in the world of the living. Sarah felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up, her stomach turning in dread. "This isn't a joke anymore," Sarah said firmly, gripping Lucas's arm as she pulled him in the direction they had come. "We need to find the others and get out of here before it's too late." As they turned to retrace their steps, they found the forest around them had changed. The path they had followed was no longer visible, swallowed by the endless maze of trees. They were lost, not just in the woods, but in a place where time and space had no meaning. The darkness had a weight to it now, pressing in from all sides. The feeling of being lost in the forest intensified with every passing minute. The trees had shifted in ways that defied explanation, and the familiar path they had followed earlier now seemed to have vanished entirely. The thick, oppressive air pressed down on them, and the whispers, those persistent, maddening whispers, continued to swirl around them, carrying with them a sense of urgency, of something lurking just beyond sight. As they stumbled through the woods, their eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement, Sarah and Lucas could feel the temperature dropping. The cold seeped into their bones, making every step feel heavier. Their breaths formed clouds in the air, and the once familiar sounds of the forest now felt distant, muffled by an unseen weight. It was as if they were being swallowed whole by the very woods they had walked into so confidently just hours before. Then, through the dense fog of fear and uncertainty, something caught Lucas's eye. A faint glow in the distance, dim and flickering like the last remnants of a dying flame. At first, he thought it was a trick of the mind, some illusion brought on by the forest's eerie magic, but as they pushed forward, the glow grew stronger, clearer. There, nestled between the trees, was an old, dilapidated cabin. "Over there," Lucas whispered urgently. "Do you see that?" Sarah's eyes widened as she followed his gaze. "What is that?" "It looks like a cabin." Without saying another word, they both began to make their way toward it, the weight of dread lifting slightly with the thought of shelter. But as they drew closer, a sense of unease settled over them once more. The cabin was abandoned, its windows shattered and the door hanging loosely on its hinges. Yet it was the only structure they had seen in what felt like hours of wandering through the forest. Sarah reached out hesitantly, pushing the door open with a creak that echoed through the empty night. The interior was dark, the air thick with the scent of decay and mold. The floors creaked underfoot as they stepped inside, the faint light from their flashlights cutting through the gloom. Dust and cobwebs clung to every surface, evidence that no one had lived here for years, if not decades. "This place is old," Sarah murmured, her voice low, as if speaking too loudly might disturb something sleeping in the shadows. "But it might be safe, at least for tonight." Lucas didn't respond immediately. His eyes were fixed on something in the corner of the room, a pile of old, tattered books and yellow journals that had been haphazardly stacked on a wooden table. Something about them seemed out of place, their spines cracked and worn as if they had been read over and over again, though the pages appeared untouched by time. He walked over to the pile, brushing his fingers over the covers, before pulling one of the journals from the stack. The cover was faded, but the faint image of a symbol was still visible, some kind of intricate design, almost like a seal. As he opened the first page, the words inside were written in a hurried, frantic hand, the ink smudged and uneven. Lucas frowned as he skimmed through the pages, his heart beating faster as he realized that the entries were not about ordinary events, but about something far darker. "They knew," Lucas whispered, reading aloud to Sarah. "The people who lived here, they knew about the curse. They knew what was happening in the forest. And it sounds like they tried to stop it, but they failed." His voice trailed off as he turned the pages, each entry more disturbing than the last. Talk of ancient rituals, dark pacts, and things that lived in the shadows, waiting for those foolish enough to venture too deep. Sarah's stomach churned at the words, but there was no time to dwell on them. She could feel the weight of something unseen, something pressing in on them from the forest just beyond the cabin. She glanced around the room nervously, as if expecting the walls themselves to close in. "We need to find the others. We can't stay here for long." But as she spoke, the sound of footsteps outside the cabin interrupted her. They both froze, holding their breath as the sound grew louder. Someone or something was approaching. "Who's there?" Lucas called out, his voice tense, but it was swallowed by the silence that followed. The footsteps stopped, and the cabin was plunged back into darkness. The only sound now was the erratic pounding of their hearts in their chests. The door creaked as it slowly began to swing open on its own. Sarah stepped forward, her flashlight raised, her hand trembling. She couldn't shake the feeling that they were no longer alone, that the presence they had felt in the forest was now right outside the door. Her breath caught in her throat as the light from her flashlight flickered, casting strange shadows in the corner of the room. And then, with a sharp intake of breath, she saw it. A figure tall, dark, and indistinct standing in the doorway, watching them with hollow eyes. The figure in the doorway loomed, motionless and shrouded in shadow. Sarah's heart raced as she stepped back, her mind screaming that something was horribly wrong. The faint flicker of her flashlight illuminated a patch of empty air where the figure should have been, but there was no sign of movement. She blinked, and the shape had vanished, leaving only the empty threshold of the door, dark and silent. "Did you see that?" Sarah whispered, her voice shaky as she turned to Lucas. But Lucas wasn't looking at the door. His eyes were fixed elsewhere, his expression pale and distant. He was staring at something behind her, something that had not been there moments before. Before Sarah could turn, Lucas spoke, his voice low and tinged with disbelief. "It's you, isn't it?" Sarah's stomach dropped. "What?" she asked, her voice quivering. "What are you talking about?" Lucas took a hesitant step forward, his gaze locked onto Sarah. I've seen it. You've been acting different, Sarah. You're not yourself." His voice was laced with uncertainty, but there was something more, an undercurrent of fear. "I know what this is now." Her breath caught in her throat. "What do you mean? What's happening to us?" "You." Lucas hesitated, as if struggling to form the words. "You're the one who brought us here. You were always the one who insisted on going deeper. It wasn't Mark, it wasn't Anna. It was you. You're being influenced by the curse, by the forest, and I know it's changing you." The world seemed to tilt on its axis, the weight of his words crushing down on her. Sarah took a step back, her mind racing as the events of the last few hours replayed in her mind. She had been the one pushing forward, hadn't she? The one who refused to turn back when the warnings had come. But could it really be true? Had she been somehow manipulated? "I know," she stammered, shaking her head. "That's not true. I've been trying to protect us. I've been—" "Stop lying." Lucas's voice cracked, his eyes wide with terror. "We're all changing, Sarah. Don't you feel it? The forest is getting inside our heads. It's changing the way we think, the way we act. I think we've already lost Anna. I think we're all going to end up like her unless we stop this. Unless we leave." Sarah was speechless, her heart pounding as she struggled to process what Lucas had just said. She couldn't deny that something had been different ever since they entered the forest, but was it truly the forest itself changing them, or was it something inside of them all along? Something dark, waiting for the right moment to surface? "I'm not," Sarah's voice faltered as she reached for him. "Lucas, Please don't turn on me now. We need to find the others. We have to work together." But Lucas took a step back, his eyes shifting nervously toward the door. "I'm sorry, Sarah. I don't know if I can trust you anymore." He took another step back, and for a brief moment, his gaze flickered toward the shadows in the corner of the room, toward something or someone unseen. "I think I need to get away from here." Sarah's chest tightened with a sudden pang of betrayal. She had been trying to protect them, to keep them all together, but now it felt like they were slipping through her fingers. Lucas was backing away, moving toward the door, and before she could stop him, he darted past her and into the night. She called out to him, her voice desperate. "Lucas, wait!" But he didn't turn back. Instead, he vanished into the darkness of the forest, the shadows swallowing him whole. For a moment, Sarah stood frozen, unsure of what to do next. The betrayal hit harder than she expected. They were supposed to stick together, to face whatever haunted this forest as a team. But now, as she looked into the night, she knew they were losing more than just their way. They were losing each other. And it was only a matter of time before they were all consumed by whatever dark force lurked within these trees. She spun around, her heart heavy, her mind racing with thoughts of what had just happened. Lucas had abandoned them, but why? And more importantly, who or what was influencing him? Was he being manipulated by the curse too, or had he truly turned against her? Sarah's thoughts were interrupted by a soft voice behind her. "You're not alone." She whipped around, only to find Mark standing there, his face grim, his eyes shadowed with the weight of their situation. He hadn't been with her when Lucas left, but now he was here, his presence a faint comfort in the darkness. "We need to find the others," he said, his voice quiet but urgent. For a moment, Sarah just stood there, too lost in her own confusion to respond. But then, she nodded, the instinct for survival pushing her forward. They needed to keep searching, to find Anna and figure out what was happening to them before it was too late. But deep down, she knew the truth. They were running out of time. And soon, there would be no one left to save. The search for Anna, and for some explanation, continued through the night. The dense forest was relentless, its trees pressing in from all sides as if pushing them deeper into its heart. Every crack of a twig, every rustle of the leaves seemed to mock their efforts, adding weight to the unbearable silence that enveloped them. Sarah, Mark, and the others had moved far from the abandoned cabin, each step taking them further into the darkness where the unknown lurked. After hours of searching, they stumbled upon an ancient stone circle hidden deep within the forest. It was overgrown with ivy, the stones worn smooth by time, their surfaces etched with strange, cryptic symbols. The place felt alive, the air thick with a heavy energy that made Sarah's skin crawl. It was like they had stumbled upon something ancient, something sacred. The forest seemed to hum with a distant, low sound, as if the very earth beneath their feet was alive. "This must be it," Mark murmured, his voice barely a whisper. He stepped forward, his eyes scanning the symbols etched into the stones. "This is the place. This is where the ritual happened." Sarah felt the weight of his words sink in, her stomach twisting with dread. The forest wasn't just cursed, it wasn't just haunted, it was alive, and it was feeding on the living. The ritual described in the journal back at the cabin wasn't just some old story. It was real. And now, they were standing in the place where it all began. "What do we do now?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. She felt the presence of something all around them, something ancient and powerful that seemed to stir in the air as they stood within the circle. James stepped forward, pulling out one of the strange artifacts he had been carrying since the start. "The ritual can be undone," he said quietly, his voice tense. "But we need to perform it, and we need to do it correctly." It's the only way to break the curse. Otherwise, the forest will keep claiming us one by one." Mark stared at him, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You mean we're supposed to perform a ritual here? Right now? In the middle of this damn forest?" James nodded, his face grim. "We have no choice. If we don't, the curse will continue, and more people will die. Anna's already gone. We can't let it take anyone else." The wind began to pick up, swirling around them like a living thing, carrying with it the unmistakable whispers that had followed them all along. Sarah felt her heart hammer in her chest, but there was no turning back now. They had come too far, and the weight of their choices pressed on her shoulders like a boulder. "We'll need to gather everything we can," James said, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "The ingredients for the ritual are scattered throughout the forest. We need offerings, tokens to appease the spirits." Without hesitation, Sarah stepped forward, her hands shaking as she began to search the ground for anything that might be useful. Mark, reluctant but determined, joined her, while James and Lucas combed through the trees, each of them searching for anything that might be needed to perform the ritual. The atmosphere in the forest grew heavier with each passing minute, as if the woods themselves were watching, waiting. The air was thick with tension, the forest's oppressive silence broken only by the sound of the leaves rustling in the wind and the occasional distant cry of an unseen creature. As Sarah knelt to gather fallen leaves and small stones, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was just behind her, watching her every move. As the group continued to search for the ritual's ingredients, they gathered around the stone circle once more. James was the first to speak, his voice urgent. "We don't have much time. Once the ritual begins, there's no stopping it. We have to finish it before midnight." "Midnight?" Mark asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "You're telling me there's some kind of time limit? We can't afford to mess this up, and you want to rush us through it." James nodded grimly. "The curse isn't just a force of nature. It's tied to something darker. If we don't break it before the stroke of midnight, it will strengthen, and it'll be even harder to undo. The spirits will reclaim their power." The realization hit Sarah like a punch to the gut. They were running out of time. She looked around at the others, their faces drawn with exhaustion and fear, their eyes hollow from the strain of their ordeal. She knew they had no choice but to follow through. There was no way out of this forest unless they completed the ritual. It was their only hope. With the last of the ingredients in place, James began to chant, his voice low and steady. The words were foreign, strange to Sarah's ears, but there was something undeniably powerful in them. As he spoke, the air around them began to hum, vibrating with energy. The ground beneath them seemed to pulse, as if the very earth was responding to the ancient incantations. The wind picked up again, stronger this time, swirling around the circle like a cyclone. Sarah's heart raced, and she felt a sudden pull, as though something was trying to drag her into the earth itself. The forest responded with a roar, the trees shaking as if alive with fury. The ritual was working, but so was the forest. And it wasn't happy. The wind howled through the trees, shaking the branches and rattling the leaves as the ritual continued. James's voice grew louder, more urgent, his words tumbling from his mouth as if the forest itself were forcing him to speak faster. The air around them pulsed with energy, vibrating like a string pulled too taut. It was as though the very fabric of reality was beginning to unravel, the line between the living and the dead growing thinner with each passing moment. Sarah's hands trembled as she clutched the symbols they had gathered for the ritual, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The forest felt alive, not just in the sense that trees and animals surrounded them, but as if something darker was lurking beneath the surface. The ground beneath their feet seemed to shift, the earth moving in rhythm with the chant. The shadows around them deepened, stretching unnaturally toward the stone circle, and the whispers rose again, louder now, a chorus of voices that seemed to echo from every direction. "This isn't working," Mark shouted over the increasing wind, his face pale with fear. "It's only making it worse. We need to stop." But James didn't pause. His eyes were wide, his face flushed with exertion as he continued to chant. His hand moved through the air, directing the ritual, and Sarah felt the pull of something ancient and dark tugging at her soul. It was as if the forest had found a way inside her mind, whispering secrets she was never meant to know, pushing her to listen, to surrender. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, and a crack of lightning split the sky, illuminating the dense forest in a flash of white light. A deep, guttural roar echoed from the trees, and the earth split open, revealing a dark, inky void beneath their feet. Sarah stumbled backward, her breath catching in her throat as a shadowy figure began to rise from the ground, its form twisting and shifting like smoke. The figure loomed over them, impossibly tall, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. It was like nothing Sarah had ever seen, a creature of pure darkness, with no definite shape, only an oppressive presence that seemed to bend the very space around it. Its voice, when it spoke, was like the grinding of stone. "You dare to disrupt the balance?" it hissed, the sound like 1,000 voices speaking at once. James faltered, his chant halting as the creature's presence smothered the air. "This isn't what it was meant to be," he gasped, his face drained of color. "We weren't supposed to awaken it." The creature's eyes locked onto James, and it laughed low, deep, and menacing. The sound was filled with malice. "You cannot undo what has been done. The forest belongs to me now, and you will pay the price for disturbing its peace." Before anyone could react, the figure's shadow reached out, tendrils of darkness wrapping around James's body, pulling him toward the void that had opened beneath them. James screamed, his body twisting as he was sucked into the dark abyss, his figure disappearing into the ground as if he had never existed. "James!" Sarah screamed, her heart sinking. But there was no time to mourn, no time to think. The creature's gaze turned toward the rest of them, its eyes narrowing as if it were assessing them, deciding who would be next. Mark grabbed Sarah's arm, pulling her away from the edge of the dark void. "We have to fight," he said, his voice hoarse. "We can't just let it take us. We need to fight." But Sarah didn't know how to fight something like this. The creature before them wasn't flesh and blood, it was pure shadow, a force of nature that could not be touched, not by any normal means. They had no weapons, no magic, nothing to protect them. They were completely at its mercy. The ground beneath them began to crack again, and the darkness swelled, ready to consume them whole. The whispers around them had grown into a deafening roar, urging them to surrender, to let go. Sarah's legs shook, but Mark's grip on her arm was unyielding, and she could see the same fear in his eyes, fear of what was coming, of what they couldn't escape. "We're not going down without a fight," Mark said, his voice barely a whisper. "We need to close the portal. If we don't, we'll all be trapped in this hell forever." "Close the portal?" Sarah echoed, desperate for any idea, any solution. "How? How do we close it?" Mark's eyes darted around, his mind racing. "We need to finish the ritual. It's the only way." The ritual was meant to seal the forest, to bind the darkness, but we interrupted it. We have to finish what we started. As the creature's shadowed form inched closer, Sarah felt a surge of adrenaline. She wasn't sure how she was going to do it, but she had to help. They had to finish the ritual, no matter the cost. Together, they rushed toward the stone circle once more, their hands trembling as they grabbed the scattered ingredients from the ground. The wind howled around them, but this time, Sarah could hear her own thoughts above the noise. She had to focus, had to believe that they could undo the curse before it consumed them completely. The creature may have been powerful, but they had one last chance to stop it. With a final, desperate cry, Sarah placed the last token on the stone, and the ritual began once more. This time, they weren't going to stop. The air around them seemed to tremble as the ritual was once again set into motion. Sarah's hands were steady now, though her heart hammered against her chest like a wild animal trying to escape. The creature before them roared, its form shifting violently as if it were being pulled and stretched, trying to resist the ritual's force. The shadows writhed, lashing out at the stone circle, but Sarah held her ground, gripping the final token with determination. The forest felt alive, its power feeding into the ritual, trying to push back against their efforts. The wind howled louder, the trees creaked and groaned, and the ground beneath their feet began to quake. The whispers, which had been a constant presence in the background, now turned into a chorus of voices, a cacophony that filled Sarah's mind with maddening speed. Each voice was like a finger scraping across her consciousness, urging her to stop, to give in to the darkness. But she couldn't stop now. They were so close, closer than they had ever been to breaking the curse, to freeing the forest from the grip of the creature that had taken root within it. It wasn't just their lives at stake, now it was the lives of every soul that had been trapped within the forest, every spirit that had been consumed by the darkness. Mark stood beside her, his eyes fixed on the swirling shadows, his body tense as he held the ritual's other components. His hand was steady, but Sarah could see the fear behind his eyes, the same fear that mirrored her own. Yet, there was something else in his expression too, a determination, a will to fight, to not let the forest win. He wasn't going to let them fall into the same fate as Anna, as James. The creature let out another guttural roar, and Sarah felt the darkness press against her mind, trying to twist her thoughts, to convince her to stop. She could feel it now, its influence, creeping along her veins, settling into her very bones. The whispers became louder, more urgent, and the forest itself seemed to rise up against her, pushing her to the edge of despair. She fought back the terror, focusing on the ritual, on the symbols etched into the stones that surrounded her. She could feel the energy of the forest, the pull of the curse, beginning to shift. It wasn't easy. The forest resisted them with every fiber of its being. But Sarah could sense the change now, a subtle shift, a small crack in the darkness that had been consuming them. And then, just as she thought she couldn't take any more, a brilliant light exploded from the center of the stone circle. It was blinding, a burst of pure white light that sent the creature howling in rage. The shadows recoiled, snapping away like threads in a fire, their form collapsing inward as if they were being sucked back into the very ground from which they had emerged. The light grew, bright and powerful, illuminating the entire forest with its brilliance. The whispers fell silent. The wind stopped. The trees, once twisted and gnarled, now seemed to straighten, their branches reaching toward the sky in an almost peaceful manner. The oppressive weight that had been pressing down on them vanished, leaving behind a sense of peace, of liberation. Sarah stood in the center of the circle, her legs shaking, her breath ragged, but she couldn't help the smile that spread across her face. They had done it. They had broken the curse. The forest was free. But there was a price. As the light faded, Sarah felt a sharp pain in her chest. She gasped, looking around, and saw Mark beside her, his own face pale and stricken with pain. The power of the ritual had been too much, and the forest had demanded its price. "Mark!" Sarah cried, reaching out for him as his knees buckled beneath him. His eyes were wide with fear, and he gasped for breath, but the energy of the ritual had drained him, leaving him weakened, his life force slipping away. "Sarah, listen to me," he whispered, his voice weak but urgent. "The forest, it's free. We did it." His words faltered, and he coughed, his chest rattling. Before he could finish, The light that had surrounded them flickered one last time and then disappeared completely, leaving only the faint glow of moonlight filtering through the trees. The creature, now nothing but a fading memory, was gone. The forest was silent. Sarah cradled Mark in her arms, tears streaming down her face. The forest had been freed, but it had claimed one of their own in return. She could feel the warmth of his hand fading, the life leaving him, but she wasn't ready to let him go. Not like this. Not after everything they had fought through. And then, from somewhere deep within the forest, a voice spoke. Not the voice of the creature, but a voice of something gentler, older, wiser. It was the voice of the forest itself, now free from the curse that had twisted it for so long. "Thank you," the voice said, soft but full of power. "The balance is restored. You have freed us all." The trees swayed gently in the breeze, the weight of the forest's gratitude surrounding them. Sarah looked up, her heart heavy, but she knew the forest was no longer the dark place it had once been. It had been liberated, freed from its chains, and though she had lost Mark, she had won the battle. They all had. But as she stood there, the wind rustling through the trees, she understood. Some sacrifices were necessary to restore the balance. Some sacrifices were the price for true freedom. The forest of spirits. The fire crackled and popped in the center of the living room, the warm glow casting eerie shadows on the walls. A group of 5 friends, Jamie, Matt, Sarah, Evan, and Mark, sat around a large wooden coffee table, their faces half lit by the dancing flames. There was an air of excitement, though it was laced with a quiet tension, as they all stared at the old map sprawled across the table. The map showed a dense forest on the outskirts of town, a place most people avoided. "I still don't get why you guys want to go," Jamie said, crossing her arms and narrowing her eyes at the others. Her skepticism hung thick in her voice, making it clear that she was far from convinced. "Oh, come on, Jamie," Matt grinned, a mischievous glint in his eye. "It's the perfect challenge. You know, prove the legends wrong, show everyone how foolish it all is." He leaned forward, his hand resting on the table as if to punctuate his point. "The whole town's terrified of it, but they've never actually gone in. That's why it's so legendary." "I don't know," Sarah said slowly, her brow furrowed as she looked at the map. "People say weird things happen in there. People disappear, even. And no one ever comes back the same way." "Stories," Matt scoffed. "Just stories. Look, we'll go, we'll camp for one night, and then we'll come back and laugh about how superstitious everyone is. No big deal." Mark, who had been quietly sipping his beer in the corner, now spoke up. "Yeah, but there's something about the way people talk about it. I mean, if it's really that bad, maybe we should rethink it. You know, there's nothing wrong with a little caution." Evan shook his head, brushing his brown hair out of his eyes. "Caution? We're just camping. Who's scared of a bunch of old rumors? It's probably just some weird old legends passed down by people who were afraid of the dark. That's all. I bet we'll make it through the night without any problems." Jamie sighed, looking over at Sarah. The two exchanged a glance, the weight of the history of the forest pressing on them both. Even Jamie, despite her disbelief, felt the unease stirring in the pit of her stomach. She had grown up hearing stories of the cursed forest. Her parents had warned her, along with every other child, to never go near it. But she also knew that being the only one who didn't want to go would make her feel like an outsider. Maybe the others were right, it was just a forest, after all. A forest that had gained a reputation far beyond its reality. "Come on, Jamie," Evan urged. "It'll be fun. You'll see. It'll just be one big adventure, and you'll have a great time." After a long, thoughtful pause, Jamie gave a reluctant nod. All right, I'm in. But only because I'll be damned if I'm the only one backing out. Her tone was playful, but there was an undercurrent of doubt that she couldn't shake off. She reached forward and pushed the map back toward Matt. But if we end up disappearing, I'm blaming you. Everyone laughed, but the tension didn't quite leave the room. It was as though the decision had been made not just with excitement, but with a lingering sense of foreboding, a feeling that something wasn't right, but that they were too deep into the idea to back out now. As the group continued to chat about their plans, the fire crackled louder and a faint chill swept through the room. It wasn't much, just a breeze, a shift in the air, but it felt colder than it should. No one acknowledged it, but a subtle discomfort began to grow between them. They would leave in the morning, their plans set. No one mentioned the legends again that night, but the question lingered in their minds. What if they were wrong? The morning sun was barely peeking through the trees as the group piled into 2 cars, bags packed, and spirits high despite the growing tension. Jamie's fingers drummed nervously on the dashboard, but she kept her eyes forward, pretending to be unaffected. Evan was driving, his enthusiasm for the trip evident in the way he sped down the winding road toward the forest. The others were chatting excitedly, but something felt off to Jamie. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but the air seemed heavy, as if the world was holding its breath. As they neared the outskirts of the town, the scenery began to change. The wide open fields gave way to dense trees, their twisted branches reaching out like hands trying to grab them. The roads narrowed, the forest crowding in on both sides, as if it were alive, watching them. Sarah shifted uncomfortably in the back seat, her fingers gripping the edges of the seat like a lifeline. "You feel that?" she asked, her voice quieter than usual. Like the forest is closing in around us?" Evan glanced at her through the rearview mirror, a confident smirk on his face. "It's just your imagination. It's a forest. That's all." But his voice lacked its usual bravado, and Jamie noticed the way his grip tightened on the steering wheel. They turned onto a smaller road that led deeper into the woods. The path was overgrown, the once pristine road now cracked and barely visible beneath the blanket of fallen leaves. The trees seemed to grow thicker as they drove, their dark trunks blotting out the sunlight, casting the road into a shadowy gloom. The car's headlights flickered for a moment, and Jamie's stomach dropped. She tried to shake off the unease, but it clung to her like a second skin. "Everything all right?" Mark asked, looking up from his phone. He had been quiet for most of the drive, and his eyes seemed distant, as if he too could sense something wrong. "You're awfully quiet, Jamie." "I'm fine," she replied, her voice not as confident as she had hoped. She looked out the window, watching as the forest stretched on endlessly. The air seemed thick with an oppressive stillness, and the further they went, the less it felt like they were driving into nature and more like they were being pulled into something ancient and unwelcoming. They arrived at the edge of the forest, where the trees seemed to shift just out of sight. Evan stopped the car and cut the engine, but the silence that followed was deafening. No bird, no rustling leaves, just the sound of their breathing. The group sat there for a moment, hesitant to move. It felt as if the forest was waiting, as if it was aware of their presence and ready to embrace them in its shadowed depths. "I don't like this," Sarah murmured, her eyes wide with fear. She was staring at the trees, her body rigid with tension. "Let's just turn around. We can go home. We can say we did it, and that'll be enough." "No way," Matt said, already unbuckling his seatbelt. "We're here now. Let's go. It's just a few hours of camping. Nothing's gonna happen." He sounded far more confident than he looked, and the others followed his lead with uncertain nods. One by one, they stepped out of the cars and gathered their supplies. Mark fumbled with a map, trying to orient himself, while Sarah lingered by the trunk of the car, her gaze shifting nervously toward the darkening woods. "I have a bad feeling about this," she whispered. They began walking down a narrow path into the forest, the trees growing closer around them with every step. The ground was soft beneath their feet, leaves and twigs cracking under their shoes. The deeper they went, the quieter it became. There were no sounds of wildlife, no birds chirping, no rustling leaves. It was as though the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. "See? Nothing," Matt said, his voice a little too loud in the heavy silence. "This place is just a bunch of myths. Look at it. Nothing special." But even as he said it, Jamie couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was staring back at them. The air was thick with something unspoken, a presence that was impossible to ignore. Every step felt heavier than the last, and her heart beat faster with each passing second. It was as if they were being drawn further into the unknown, with no way to escape. The path wound deeper, the trees pressing closer together, until they could barely see the sky above. A soft breeze rustled the leaves, and for a moment, Jamie thought she saw something move between the trees, just a flash of white, too quick to make out. She blinked and it was gone, but the feeling of eyes watching them remained. The others didn't seem to notice, lost in their own thoughts as they trudged forward, but Jamie couldn't shake the sensation that something was wrong. And as the first hints of twilight began to settle over the forest, she couldn't help but wonder if they had made a terrible mistake. The forest seemed to close in around them as they made their way deeper into the woods. The path had narrowed to a barely discernible trail, and the trees now loomed overhead like towering sentinels, their branches swaying gently in the wind. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and every step felt heavier than the last. Despite the cool breeze, the atmosphere was oppressive, as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. They reached a small clearing not far from the trail, and Evan stopped, pulling out his map and scanning it for a moment. "This looks like a good spot," he said, trying to sound confident. But even as the words left his mouth, a subtle unease crept into his voice. It wasn't the first time he had felt a chill down his spine, and it wasn't just the temperature. There was something unsettling about the place, something that gnawed at the edges of his thoughts, urging him to turn back. The others quickly agreed, though none of them were as enthusiastic as they had been earlier. Mark dropped his pack onto the ground and began unloading the tent, while Sarah set up the campfire. Jamie tried to push away the sense of dread that clung to her, but it lingered, like a shadow just out of reach. It wasn't just the forest, it was something in the air, something intangible that made her skin crawl. She forced herself to focus on the task at hand, trying to ignore the strange whispering feeling at the back of her mind. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the forest seemed to grow darker, the shadows lengthening and creeping closer. The wind began to pick up, rustling the leaves and making the branches above sway with an eerie creak. There was a stillness to the night that was almost unnatural, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The fire flickered to life, casting dancing shadows on the ground, but it did little to chase away the growing sense of unease. Matt threw a log onto the fire, watching it crackle and spit. "It's just a campfire," he muttered, trying to convince himself as much as the others. "A normal campfire. Nothing weird is going to happen." But his voice was tinged with a nervousness that hadn't been there earlier. He looked around, his gaze darting from one tree to the next, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. "I think it's time for dinner," Mark said, attempting to break the tension. He unwrapped a package of food and began setting up a small cooking station next to the fire. "It'll be fine. We'll eat, tell some stories, and laugh about all this. By tomorrow morning, we'll be back in the car, making jokes about how silly we were to even consider it." But Jamie wasn't so sure. Her eyes wandered to the edge of the clearing, where the trees seemed to loom even darker than before. She could have sworn she saw something move between the trunks, a shape too quick to catch. She blinked, and when she looked again, the clearing was empty. But the feeling remained, a sensation that they weren't alone. "We should get some rest soon," Sarah said softly, her voice betraying her discomfort. She was sitting on a log by the fire, her eyes darting nervously toward the dark forest. I don't know. It feels like something's watching us. Like the trees are alive or something." "Great," Matt scoffed, his voice edged with sarcasm. "Now we're talking about haunted trees. What next? Cursed squirrels." But even he couldn't suppress the unease that had crept into his own thoughts. As the fire crackled, he glanced over his shoulder at the dark edges of the clearing, his eyes lingering on the shadows. He didn't want to admit it, but the forest felt too quiet, too still. It wasn't the normal peace of nature. It was as if the very air was thick with waiting. Evan stood up and stretched, trying to shake off the feeling that had settled in his chest. "Let's just relax, okay? We'll have a good time. We're here to prove a point, right?" His voice was louder than necessary, a bit too forced. But as he looked into the distance, he couldn't help but feel like something was watching them. The trees, the shadows, they seemed to be closing in, as if the forest was alive, observing every move they made. Mark laughed nervously. "Yeah, let's just get the tents up and go to bed. Tomorrow, we'll wake up and realize this was all just weird, but harmless." As they worked together to set up the camp, the wind began to pick up again, rustling the trees and causing the branches to sway with a low, mournful creak. There was something unsettling about the sound, like the forest was whispering, calling out to them in a language they couldn't understand. Jamie glanced around, her heart racing, but there was nothing there. Still, the feeling of being watched didn't fade. By the time the tents were set up and the camp was in order, the sky had darkened completely, and the fire was their only source of light. The air had grown colder, and Jamie wrapped her arms around herself, feeling the chill seep through her jacket. It wasn't just the temperature, it was the feeling that something wasn't right, that they had stepped into a place where they didn't belong. As they settled around the fire, trying to enjoy their meal and ignore the growing tension, Jamie couldn't help but feel that the night was far from over. Something was out there, waiting. Something was drawing closer. She didn't know what it was, but she had a sinking feeling that whatever it was, it wasn't friendly. The fire crackled in the darkness, its warm glow flickering weakly against the oppressive night. The forest around them was thick with shadows, and the only sound was the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. The group sat in a tight circle, trying to ignore the rising tension that clung to the air like a heavy fog. They had tried to make the best of their situation, telling jokes, sharing stories, but the unease never quite faded. It hung over them like a cloud, a persistent reminder that they weren't alone. Jamie shifted uncomfortably on her log, her eyes darting around the clearing. Every movement in the dark seemed amplified, every crackle of a branch too loud. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them, something just beyond the firelight. The forest felt alive, breathing with a presence that was waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. Matt, who had been joking around just a few minutes ago, was now unusually quiet. His gaze shifted from the shadows of the trees to the ground, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Did anyone else hear that?" he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. The others looked at him, but none of them spoke at first. The wind had died down, and there was an eerie stillness in the air. Sarah leaned forward, her face pale. "I thought I heard something too. Something moving. But when I looked, there was nothing there." Evan glanced around, trying to dismiss the creeping fear settling in his chest. "It's just the forest," he said, his voice shaky but trying to remain confident. "This place is full of wildlife. Probably just an animal. We're not alone out here." But despite his words, his eyes kept darting toward the trees, as if waiting for something to emerge. The air felt heavy, almost suffocating, as though the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for them to make the next move. Jamie's heart was pounding in her chest, and she felt a cold sweat trickle down her spine. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming, something not of this world. As the group sat in uneasy silence, a low, mournful sound echoed from the depths of the forest. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. It was a voice, a whisper, soft and insistent, carried on the breeze. It seemed to come from all directions, as though the forest itself was speaking to them. "What the hell was that?" Mark asked, his voice rising in panic. He jumped to his feet, scanning the dark edges of the clearing. But there was nothing, just the dense blackness of the trees, standing silent and unmoving. No eyes watching, no shapes in the shadows. The wind picked up again, but this time it wasn't a simple breeze. The trees creaked, their branches swaying with unnatural force. For a moment, Jamie thought she saw a flicker of movement in the darkness, something too fast to catch, a blur just at the edge of her vision. She blinked, but when her eyes refocused, there was nothing there. Her heart pounded harder in her chest. And then, the first vision came. It started with Sarah. She was sitting by the fire, her face drawn and pale, her eyes wide. One moment she was staring blankly at the flames, and the next, her expression shifted, her eyes went vacant, as if she were seeing something that wasn't there. Her lips moved slowly, and she whispered something, though the words were incomprehensible. The others looked at her, confused and uneasy. They couldn't make out what she was saying, but they could feel the change in her. "Sarah," Jamie called, her voice shaky as she stood up and stepped closer to her friend. But Sarah didn't respond. Her eyes were fixed on something in the distance, her body rigid as if she were frozen in place. Then, in a voice that wasn't her own, Sarah spoke. "You shouldn't be here." The voice was deep, guttural, full of malice. "The forest will claim you, just like the others. You are not welcome." The others froze, staring at Sarah in horror. It didn't sound like her, not at all. Sarah's lips curled into a twisted smile, her eyes still vacant, and the air grew colder, the fire flickering as if it were struggling to stay alive. It was as if the very presence of something evil had descended on them, manifesting in their friend. Jamie backed away slowly, her heart racing. She didn't know what to do, what to say. It felt as if they were no longer alone. Mark stood up, shaking his head. "This isn't real. This can't be real." But even as he spoke, a gust of wind blew through the clearing, and the fire sputtered and died, plunging them into darkness. The only light now came from the pale moon above, casting long, ghostly shadows across the trees. In the silence that followed, the whispering voices returned, louder this time, filling the air with an eerie chant. It was as if the forest itself was alive, speaking to them in a language they couldn't understand, but somehow they could feel the malevolent intent behind it. Jamie looked around, her breath quick and shallow. What's happening? What's going on? Sarah's body convulsed, her head jerking back with a violent force that made the others flinch. Then, with a guttural scream, she collapsed to the ground. The fire reignited suddenly, throwing light on her trembling form, but her eyes were still wide open, vacant, empty. She was no longer herself. "We need to get out of here," Jamie said, her voice shaking as she looked at the others. "We need to leave. Now." But no one moved. The darkness seemed to pull them in, keeping them rooted to the spot, as though the forest itself was holding them captive. forcing them to watch as Sarah continued to writhe on the ground, the visions of the spirits pressing in closer and closer. The air was thick with panic as Sarah's body jerked violently on the ground, her breath shallow and ragged. The others stood frozen, staring at her in horror, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Her eyes were wide, unseeing, as if she were trapped in a nightmare, unable to escape. The whispers in the air grew louder, drowning out their thoughts, a chorus of voices that seemed to come from all directions. It was as if the forest itself was speaking to them, urging them to listen, to understand. Evan was the first to move. "We have to help her," he shouted, kneeling beside Sarah. But when his hands touched her, he recoiled in shock. The skin was cold, unnaturally cold, like ice. Her body trembled beneath his touch, but there was no response, no sign that she was aware of them. The voices seemed to swirl around them, a constant, oppressive presence that made it hard to think clearly. Evan's hand trembled as he reached for Sarah's head, but a wave of nausea hit him, and he pulled back. Mark was pacing, his eyes darting from the dark trees to his friends. "What the hell is going on?" he muttered, running a hand through his hair in frustration. "This is insane. This isn't real." "We need to figure out what's happening," Jamie said, her voice tight with fear. She looked around at the others, her heart pounding. She knew that something had crossed over the line between mere legend and horrifying reality. There has to be something we're missing. Something we don't know. Sarah's convulsions slowed, but she remained unmoving, her eyes vacant and empty. The forest around them felt suffocating, like it was closing in, drawing them into its dark heart. Jamie's mind raced, trying to piece together the fragments of information. They had legends of the cursed forest, stories of spirits, and the strange occurrences that had been happening since they arrived. It didn't make sense, none of it did, but she couldn't ignore the terrifying possibility that they had unwittingly walked into something far darker than they ever imagined. "We need answers," she said, her voice hoarse. "We need to know why this is happening. What's causing this?" Evan nodded grimly. "Let's look around. There has to be something here. The forest, it's been here for centuries. People talk about the spirits that haunt it. There's a reason for all of this." Mark grabbed the flashlight from his backpack and handed it to Evan. "We need to find out who did this. Who cursed this place and why." They moved as a group, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of fallen leaves beneath their feet. The shadows in the forest stretched long, like fingers reaching for them, and every gust of wind seemed to carry whispers, as though the trees were alive with secrets. The deeper they went, the colder the air became, and the more oppressive the silence felt. It wasn't natural, this eerie stillness. No animals scurried in the underbrush. No birds called from the treetops. The forest felt abandoned, like it had been waiting for them. They stumbled upon an old stone marker, half buried in the undergrowth, its surface worn and cracked with age. It looked ancient, its meaning lost to time, but there was a strange symbol etched into the stone, two intersecting circles with jagged lines cutting through them. It was the kind of symbol Jamie had seen in old folklore books, the kind that was associated with rituals, with sacrifices. The sight of it sent a chill through her spine. She reached out to touch it, but Mark pulled her back, his eyes wide with unease. "I don't like this," he muttered. "What is this thing?" Evan knelt down beside the stone, brushing away the dirt to reveal more of the engraving. "This is part of the legend," he said quietly, as though reading from an invisible book. "The spirits, there were two tribes that fought here, centuries ago. One was said to have practiced dark rituals, calling upon evil spirits to gain power. The other tribes sought to stop them, but they failed. The evil tribe won, and the forest was cursed because of it." The wind howled through the trees as though in response to Evan's words, a mournful sound that sent a shiver down Jamie's spine. She glanced at Sarah, still lying motionless near the camp, her body now eerily still. Was this the curse they had heard of? Had they unknowingly stumbled into the heart of this ancient battle, where the spirits of the past still waged war? "The curse," Jamie whispered, her throat tight. "It's real. And it's not just legends, it's alive. It's happening to us." Evan's face paled. "If this is true, then we're in more danger than we thought. The evil spirits from the tribe they never left. They're still here, and they want something. They want us." A cold gust of wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it a faint, haunting whisper. "Leave now." The voice was barely audible, but unmistakable, clear and chilling. It wasn't from one of them. It was from something else. And it was close. Jamie's pulse quickened as she turned toward the sound. The trees around them seemed to move, their shadows stretching unnaturally long, as though the forest itself were alive, watching them. The whispers were louder now, urgent, warning them to leave before it was too late. "We need to get back to camp," Mark said urgently, his voice shaking. "We have to get Sarah out of here. Now." But as they turned to head back, the forest seemed to change. The trees shifted in the corner of their vision, and the air grew colder still, as if the forest itself were closing in on them. The whispers grew louder, pressing against their minds, urging them to listen, to surrender. And in that moment, Jamie realized there was no leaving this forest. Not until it had claimed them. The night seemed to swallow them whole as they hurried back toward the camp. The wind howled through the trees, and the once distant whispers now seemed to surround them, filling the air with an oppressive weight. The forest felt like a living, breathing entity, its dark presence pressing against them from all sides. As they reached the edge of the clearing, the campfire flickered weakly, casting long shadows that danced around the perimeter. "Something's not right," Mark muttered, his voice shaky. "It's like the forest itself doesn't want us here." Evan looked around, his eyes wide with fear. "It's worse than we thought. The curse, it's real. Those spirits, they're here, they're angry. And they're not just going to let us leave." The group gathered around Sarah's still form, who had not moved since the incident earlier. Despite everything, she seemed more at peace now, but the vacant look in her eyes had not faded. The others hovered around her, trying to figure out their next move. It felt as though the ground beneath them was shifting, the earth alive with dark energy that thrummed just beneath their feet. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through the clearing, and the fire sputtered and nearly went out. But as the wind blew, a figure emerged from the trees, stepping out of the shadows like a wisp of smoke. It was a woman, pale, her form translucent, as if made of the very mist of the forest. She was clothed in tattered ancient garments that seemed to shimmer and dissolve in the night air. Her hair was long and black, flowing as if under some unseen current. The group froze, their hearts racing. The woman didn't seem to move, yet she was standing in front of them, an ethereal presence that seemed to fill the space between the trees. She was beautiful in an otherworldly way, her features calm but imbued with sorrow, her eyes deep pools of ancient knowledge. But there was no warmth in them, no sense of safety. There was only the weight of centuries. Who are you?" Jamie asked, her voice trembling. She took a cautious step forward, her eyes never leaving the spirit's glowing figure. Are you one of the spirits? The ones that cursed this place?" The woman's lips parted, but it was not a voice that answered them. Instead, her words seemed to echo in their minds, a soft, ethereal whisper that wrapped around their consciousness. "I am the keeper of the forest, a spirit bound to protect it from the darkness that dwells within." A chill swept through the group as the words sank in. It was as if the earth itself had spoken, the weight of her words pressing on their hearts. The woman's form shimmered with an otherworldly light, and for a moment it felt as though the forest itself was listening, watching. "The darkness that you have awakened," she continued, her voice filling their minds like a gentle breeze. "It is ancient, born from the bloodshed of the tribes that once fought here. A war for power, a war that tore the land apart. The spirits of the dead still linger, restless, bound to the place where their lives ended." Evan's breath caught in his throat. "What do you mean? How can we stop it? How can we help Sarah?" The woman's eyes seemed to grow deeper, darker, as if she were peering into the very souls of the group. "The forest remembers all. It remembers the blood, the pain, the betrayal. The spirits are not just legends, they are bound here, their anger feeding the curse that keeps them trapped. The one who is possessed, she is a vessel now, an anchor for the evil that was born here." Mark swallowed hard, looking at Sarah, his voice breaking. "We can't just leave her. We have to do something." The woman nodded, her form flickering like a flame on the edge of extinction. "There is a way, but it is not simple. You must perform a ritual of purification, a cleansing to release the evil that has taken root. But the spirits will not allow this easily. The forest will fight back. The darkness will resist." Jamie stepped forward, her resolve hardening. "Tell us what we need to do. We'll do whatever it takes." The spirit's form flickered again, her face softening for a brief moment. "You must gather the elements of balance: earth, fire, water, and air. The ritual will require your courage, your strength, and your willingness to sacrifice. Only through unity will you defeat the darkness. But beware, the forest is watching, and the evil will not let go without a fight." With that, the woman's form began to dissipate, the light around her dimming as if she were fading into the mist. The last thing they heard was a soft, sorrowful sigh, carried away by the wind. As the clearing fell silent once more, the group stood frozen, unsure of what to do next. The words of the spirit hung heavily in the air, the weight of the task ahead bearing down on them. The forest was watching, and now they knew the price of their presence. Here the curse had awakened, and they were trapped in a battle for survival. The clearing had never felt more oppressive than it did now. The whispers that had once been distant were now sharp and insistent, like voices clawing at their minds. Sarah lay motionless in the center of the camp, her once familiar face twisted by the darkness that had taken hold of her. The group gathered around her, their faces grim, their nerves frayed. The benevolent spirit's words still echoed in their minds, urging them to carry out the purification ritual, but they knew that it would not be easy. The forest itself would fight against them, and the evil spirit would not relinquish its hold without a violent struggle. Evan paced back and forth, trying to calm his racing thoughts. "Okay, we know what we need to do. Earth, fire, water, and air. We have to find them, and we have to do it quickly before—" He cut off as Sarah's body jerked violently, her hands clenching into fists. Her eyes snapped open, but they were empty, pale, devoid of recognition. She let out a guttural growl, her voice twisted and alien. "Leave this place," she hissed, her voice not her own. "You are all fools to think you can save her. She is mine." Mark's heart hammered in his chest, and he backed away instinctively. "What the hell is that? What's happening to her?" "That's not Sarah anymore," Jamie said, her voice steady but laced with fear. She knelt beside her friend, taking her cold hand in hers. "The spirit has taken her. We need to perform the ritual now, before it's too late." The wind seemed to grow colder, swirling around them like an unseen force, carrying with it the dark whispers of the forest. The trees groaned above, their branches creaking as if in warning. But despite the growing sense of dread, they knew there was no turning back. The ritual was the only chance they had to save Sarah and themselves. "I'll get the earth," Mark said, looking to the edge of the forest. "We need something from the ground, right? The soil here has been steeped in centuries of death. It should work." Evan nodded. "I'll get the fire," he said. "There's a good place near the edge of the clearing for a flame. We need to use it to drive away the darkness." Jamie glanced around, her mind racing. The elements of water and air, where could they find them? As she stood up, she caught sight of a small stream winding through the trees, the soft murmur of flowing water barely audible in the distance. "I'll get the water," she said. "It's close by." The group quickly split up, each of them heading in different directions. Jamie's footsteps were steady, but her heart raced as she moved toward the stream. She could feel the forest pressing in on her, the darkness creeping closer with every step. The air felt heavier here, more suffocating, and the trees seemed to watch her with eyes she couldn't see. She could hear the faint, unsettling whispers now, like a choir of voices in the distance. She shivered but kept moving. The stream was just beyond the clearing, the water shimmering in the pale moonlight. As she knelt beside it, she scooped up a handful of cool, clear water. The sound of the stream was peaceful, almost soothing, but Jamie knew that the calmness of the water belied the danger that surrounded them. She filled her hands, holding them tightly, and stood to return to camp. As she made her way back, she felt something shift in the air. A sudden gust of wind rushed through the trees, pulling at her clothes and causing the leaves to swirl around her. She stopped in her tracks, her heart pounding in her chest. The air felt thick, like it was alive with anger. The whispers were louder now, rising into a chorus of rage. Without warning, a shadow darted out from behind the trees, a dark figure that seemed to move too fast to be real. Jamie gasped and stepped back, her eyes wide with terror. It was a fleeting figure, nothing but a blur, but the force of its presence was undeniable. A voice no, a scream pierced the air, sending a jolt of fear through her spine. "Jamie!" Evan's voice called from the camp, a shout of alarm. "Get back here now!" Jamie didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, her legs moving faster than they ever had before, the wind and shadows chasing her every step of the way. She burst through the trees and into the clearing, her breath ragged, her mind racing. The others were already there, waiting, but something was wrong. The air had grown colder, the wind stronger. The trees groaned with a low, guttural sound, as if in protest. Sarah was still lying in the center of the camp, her body twisted and contorted in unnatural ways. Her eyes were wide open, but they were no longer her own, only the empty, hollow gaze of the evil spirit. The whispers were louder now, like a deafening roar in their ears. The air itself seemed to be alive, pressing in on them, and Jamie felt an overwhelming sense of dread. "We have to do it now," she gasped, clutching the water tightly in her hands. "Before it's too late." The group gathered around Sarah, each of them holding their element. Mark crouched with the earth in his hands, Evan stood with the flame flickering in front of him, and Jamie poured the water carefully around Sarah. The air seemed to hum with energy, the forest itself pushing back against them. "Now," Evan said, his voice low and strained, "we do this together." With a deep breath, they began the ritual. The fire flared, the earth crackled, the water shimmered, and the wind picked up, howling through the clearing. The elements combined, their power rising into the air, but the forest fought back. The trees began to shake, their branches whipping through the air like angry fists. The wind screamed, the fire roared higher, and Sarah's body began to twist even more violently. "We need to finish it," Mark shouted, his voice breaking. "It's fighting us. It won't let go." But as the final words of the ritual left their mouths, A force exploded from within the earth, fire, water, and air, a blast of energy that sent them all sprawling. The clearing fell silent, the wind dying down, the trees stilling. But the evil spirit didn't relent, it had only grown stronger. The blast of energy that had surged through the clearing left the group disoriented, their heads spinning from the force of it. For a moment, everything was silent, the forest holding its breath. But the silence didn't last long. A low, guttural growl echoed from the trees, a sound that seemed to come from deep within the earth, reverberating through their bones. The air turned cold, colder than before, and the whispers returned, louder and more urgent. Jamie shook her head, trying to clear the fog that clung to her mind. Her heart raced in her chest, her breath shallow as she looked around. But the clearing felt different now, twisted, as if the very fabric of reality had warped. The trees seemed to loom closer, their dark branches reaching out like clawed hands, trapping them in the forest's grasp. Something was watching them. Something terrible, and it was getting closer. "Where's Sarah?" Evan's voice broke through the chaos, panic rising in his tone. He looked at the spot where she had been lying, but it was empty. The ground was disturbed, the earth torn up as though something had been dragged across it. There was no sign of Sarah. "I don't know," Mark said, his voice shaking. "She was just here." "She?" His words trailed off as the growl from the trees grew louder, filling the air with a sound of raw, unbridled anger. It was as though the forest itself had become a living thing, a predator that was closing in on them. Before anyone could react, the ground beneath their feet trembled, and the trees seemed to shift, their trunks bending at impossible angles. The shadows of the forest grew deeper, swallowing the light from the moon and the faint glow of the dying fire. The air became thick, suffocating, as though the forest were closing in around them. "Run!" Jamie screamed, her voice high and panicked. She didn't need to say it twice. The group scattered, each of them running in different directions, desperate to escape the tightening grip of the forest. But the forest didn't let them go that easily. The trees seemed to shift and move, changing the path before their eyes, confusing them, splitting them apart. Jamie ran blindly through the dark, the sound of her footsteps muted by the soft, damp earth beneath her shoes. The whispers were louder now, speaking in a language she couldn't understand, but the intent behind the voices was clear. They weren't just trying to scare her, they were trying to break her, trying to drag her deeper into the nightmare that had already claimed her friends. She glanced over her shoulder, but the forest was too thick, the shadows too deep to see anything clearly. There was no sign of Evan, Mark, or even Sarah. They had been separated, scattered by the malicious force of the forest. Her heart pounded harder in her chest, each beat a reminder of how alone she felt in the suffocating darkness. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the trees ahead of her Sarah. But it wasn't the Sarah she knew. Her body was hunched, her movements jerky and unnatural. Her eyes glowed with an eerie, otherworldly light, empty of any recognition. She let out a low, guttural laugh, the sound sending chills down Jamie's spine. "Sarah," Jamie whispered, her voice trembling with fear. "Please, it's me. It's Jamie. Fight it. You have to fight it." But Sarah only snarled in response, her lips curling into a twisted grin. "You think you can save her?" The voice that came from Sarah wasn't hers, it was deep, echoing, and filled with malice. "The forest has claimed her. You are nothing but prey. All of you." Jamie stumbled backward, her mind racing. This wasn't Sarah anymore. This was the evil spirit, using her body as a vessel to torment them. The realization hit her like a wave, and she turned to run again, but the forest seemed to close in around her. The trees twisted, their branches reaching out to grab her, and the ground shifted beneath her feet. She barely had time to react before something heavy collided with her chest, knocking the wind from her lungs. She crashed to the ground, her head spinning from the impact. Through her blurred vision, she saw a shadow rise above her, the figure of Sarah, or what used to be Sarah, looming over her. The spirit's eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and its twisted grin widened. But before the spirit could strike, a figure appeared from the shadows. Mark. He was panting, his face pale and covered in dirt, but there was determination in his eyes. He grabbed Sarah by the arm, pulling her away from Jamie, and shouted, "We need to fight back. Now." Jamie scrambled to her feet, her heart pounding in her chest as she looked around. But the forest was no longer a place of refuge. It was a labyrinth, a nightmare that twisted and shifted, trapping them in its depths. The spirit was closing in on them, using the forest to divide and conquer. They had to regroup. They had to find a way to stop it before it was too late. "We need to stick together," Jamie yelled, her voice hoarse. "The spirit is using the forest against us. We have to stay united or it will pick us off one by one." Even as the words left her mouth, the forest seemed to close in tighter. The trees creaked and groaned, their branches twisting in unnatural directions. The ground beneath them trembled, and the air grew thick with the stench of decay. The evil spirit wasn't just hunting them, it was manipulating the very essence of the forest, using their fears and the darkness of the woods to keep them from escaping. The night was no longer just dark, it was suffocating. The very air seemed to pulse with an oppressive weight, as if the forest itself was alive, a malicious entity watching their every move. The trees towered above them, their twisted forms casting long shadows, as the ground beneath their feet shifted and cracked. Every step felt like they were sinking deeper into the earth, into the very heart of the curse that had bound the forest for centuries. The group had finally managed to regroup after the chaos that had separated them. Jamie, Mark, and Evan now stood together, their backs pressed against the ancient stone marker they had found earlier. Sarah, or what was left of her, was still lost to the spirit, her eyes glowing with that unnatural, malicious light. Her body jerked and twitched, her movements erratic, as though she were struggling against the spirit's control. "We can't keep running," Jamie said, her voice steady but filled with fear. "We need to fight back. The spirit is using Sarah, but she's still in there somewhere. We need to do something, anything to get through to her." Evan nodded, his face grim. "But how? The spirit is too powerful. It's controlling her completely. We don't have the strength to fight it off, not without help." "Then we do what we have to do," Mark said, determination hardening his features. "We need to finish what we started. We need to perform the ritual again, but this time, we'll do it for her. For all of us. We have to break the spirit's hold, once and for all." The wind began to pick up again, howling through the trees, as if the forest itself was in a frenzy. The whispering voices had grown louder, more desperate, as though they were urging the group to give up, to surrender. But Jamie couldn't afford to let herself be consumed by fear. They had come this far, and they couldn't back down now. Not when their friend was at stake. "We have to remember what the spirit told us," she said, her voice cutting through the rising noise. "Earth, fire, water, and air. The elements are our only chance. But this time, we do it together, stronger, united." As if in response to her words, Sarah's body jerked violently, and she let out a loud, shrill scream. It echoed through the forest, a terrible, chilling sound that made the air around them vibrate. Her form shifted, distorting as the spirit inside her fought to maintain control. The glow in her eyes flickered, and for just a moment, Jamie could have sworn she saw the faintest hint of recognition, the briefest flicker of her old self beneath the darkness. "Sarah," Jamie whispered, her heart breaking. "I know you're in there. Please fight it. We're not leaving you. We won't give up on you." But the spirit's voice responded, harsh and mocking. "She is mine. She has always been mine. You cannot save her. You cannot save yourselves." With a scream that felt like it was tearing through her chest, Sarah lunged toward them, her movements unnatural and filled with rage. The spirit had regained control, its anger manifesting in the violent motion of her body. But the group stood firm, determined not to let it win. Evan was the first to move, stepping forward with the fire in his hands. He held the flame high, the light flickering and dancing in the darkness. The fire cast long, twisted shadows across the clearing, and for a moment the trees seemed to shift, the shadows bending in unnatural ways. The air grew thick with energy as the flames flickered, and the temperature rose. Mark dropped to his knees beside the stone marker, pulling the earth around him. He dug his hands into the soil, feeling its coldness, its depth. The earth was ancient enough to hold the memories of the bloodshed that had taken place here, the suffering that had never fully been buried. "This is for you, Sarah," he whispered, his voice low, as he poured the earth around him into the ritual. Jamie stood at the edge of the clearing, her hands trembling as she held the water in her palms. She could feel the coldness of it seeping through her skin, the power of the stream flowing through her veins. She knew the water would be the key to breaking the curse. With a deep breath, she sprinkled the water in the air, allowing it to mix with the fire and earth that surrounded her. The ritual was coming together, their last hope, their final chance to save Sarah and end the terror that had been unleashed on the forest. As the elements began to combine, a surge of energy filled the air. The wind picked up, howling through the clearing like a violent storm. The trees shook, their branches creaking and groaning as if the forest itself were fighting against them. But the group held their ground, their resolve unbroken. The elements surged in unison, their power building, their light growing stronger. For a moment, it felt as though the forest would tear itself apart. The evil spirit inside Sarah shrieked, thrashing against the force of the ritual, but the power of the elements continued to rise. Jamie felt it inside her, the strength of the earth, the fire, the water, and the air. The forest screamed, its shadows writhing, but the group held firm. And then, with a final burst of energy, the evil spirit that had consumed Sarah let out one last, terrible scream. The light in her eyes dimmed, and her body slumped to the ground. The wind died down, and the trees grew still. The earth settled beneath them, the soil returning to its natural, quiet state. The air felt lighter, less oppressive, as if the curse that had hung over the forest for so long had finally been lifted. Sarah's body lay still for a moment, and then, slowly, her eyes opened. They were her eyes clear, human, filled with confusion and fear. She looked around at the group, her face pale, and then her gaze locked on Jamie. "Did it work?" Sarah's voice was weak, but it was her own. What happened?" Jamie rushed to her side, her heart soaring with relief. "You're okay. We did it. We saved you. The spirit's gone." The group collapsed around Sarah, exhausted but relieved, as the once dark forest began to return to its natural state. The curse had been broken, and the forest had been freed from the evil that had bound it for centuries. But the cost had been high, and the memories of the terror they had faced would haunt them forever. The forest was still. The wind, which had once howled through the trees like a roaring beast, was now silent. The air felt lighter, as though something had been lifted, something oppressive and ancient that had held the forest in its grip for centuries. The ground beneath their feet, once trembling with dark energy, now felt solid, reassuring. It was as if the forest had returned to a state of rest, a calm that had been absent for so long. Jamie stood at the edge of the clearing, her body exhausted, her mind still reeling from everything that had happened. The fire had burned out, leaving only a faint glow in the embers, and the air smelled fresh like the earth had been washed clean. She could still feel the weight of what they had gone through, the terror of the past days, the echoes of the spirits that had haunted them. But now it was over. The curse had been lifted. The forest was free. Sarah, still weak from the possession but now fully herself, sat on a large rock by the clearing, her eyes looking down at her hands as though unsure of where she was or what had happened. Mark and Evan were sitting a little further away, talking quietly, their voices soft as they tried to make sense of everything they had experienced. They had come to the forest hoping to prove the old legends wrong, only to discover that the darkness within was real. "I can't believe it," Sarah murmured, her voice barely audible. "It feels like a dream. Like none of this was real." She looked up at Jamie, her expression filled with gratitude and disbelief. "You saved me. You all saved me." Jamie smiled, though the smile didn't reach her eyes. "We did what we had to do. Together." She glanced at her friends, her heart heavy with the weight of the truth. The forest had taken so much from them, but in the end, they had given everything to stop the evil that had lurked within its depths. The ritual had worked. The spirit that had consumed Sarah had been banished, and the curse that had tainted the land for so long had been broken. But there was a price to pay, one that none of them could fully understand. Jamie looked toward the trees, wondering if the forest would ever truly be at peace, or if its darkness would eventually return. "Do you think it's really over?" Sarah asked, her voice filled with uncertainty. "Do you think the forest will stay quiet now?" Jamie didn't know how to answer. She wanted to believe it was over, that they had somehow cleansed the forest, freed it from its ancient curse. But something deep inside her told her that the forest would always be a place of darkness, that it would always be watching, waiting for the next time it would need to be cleansed. Mark stood up slowly, dusting off his pants. "I think it's over," he said, his voice firm. "At least for now. But there's something different about this place now." He turned to look at the trees, his eyes narrowing as he seemed to sense something in the air. "I can't quite explain it, but it feels like the forest is watching, as if it knows that we've changed something." Evan stood beside Mark, his expression thoughtful. "I agree. It's like the forest is alive in a way we didn't understand before. We can't just leave it behind like we would any other place." Jamie nodded, her heart heavy with the realization that their connection to this forest had become more than just a story, more than a challenge. They had been marked by it, each of them carrying a piece of it with them now. "We'll never be the same," Jamie whispered to herself, the weight of their experience settling deep within her bones. "We can't just forget what happened here." And then, as though the forest had heard her, the wind picked up once more. This time, it was not violent, it was soft, carrying the faint scent of pine and earth. It was as if the forest were trying to speak, to reach out to them one last time. Evan looked at the others, his eyes filled with determination. "We can leave, but we can't forget. This forest, it's still a part of us." Mark hesitated for a long time before speaking again. His face was somber, his gaze fixed on the dark line of trees that stretched before them. I think I'm the one who needs to stay." Jamie's breath caught in her throat. "What? No, Mark. You can't stay here. You've seen what's happened. You've seen what the forest can do." "I know," he said, his voice steady but filled with a sadness Jamie had never heard before. "But I think the forest needs a guardian. Someone to keep the balance, to watch over it. The curse is broken, yes. But I can feel the forest, and it's not fully healed. There's still a darkness deep inside it, one that could rise again. It's calling me." I can feel it. The others were silent, unsure of what to say. Mark's decision was impossible to understand, but in the quiet that surrounded them, Jamie realized that he wasn't speaking out of fear. He was speaking out of a sense of responsibility, something she couldn't ignore. The forest had changed him, had changed all of them, and Mark had chosen to stay, to protect what remained of it. Are you sure? Jamie asked quietly, her voice trembling. Are you sure you want to stay here alone? Mark nodded, his expression firm but filled with sorrow. I have to. I'll make sure the darkness never returns. This place, it's become my duty now. I'll keep watch. Evan stepped forward and clapped Mark on the shoulder. If that's what you need to do, then we'll support you. But we'll never forget what we went through together. As the group said their final goodbyes to Mark, Jamie felt a sense of finality. The forest had claimed one of them, but in return, it had been freed from its curse. As they walked away, leaving Mark behind as its reluctant guardian, she knew that they would never be the same. The forest had changed them, and they had changed it. And though the curse was broken, the forest would always hold a piece of them within it, its memory, its darkness, and its strange, undeniable power. The Forest of Whispers. The wind howled through the trees, shaking the branches and rustling the leaves as the 5 friends gathered around the bonfire in a small clearing. The firelight flickered in their eyes, casting long shadows across their faces. The forest seemed to close in around them, dark and ominous. None of them could ignore the heavy silence, broken only by the crackling of the flames and the occasional rustle of leaves in the distance. It was the perfect setting for a dare, and Tyler knew it. Well, Tyler said, his voice thick with excitement, I bet you guys are all too scared to spend a night in the Forest of Whispers. His grin was wide, and his eyes gleamed with mischief, daring anyone to challenge him. His friends exchanged uncertain glances, the mention of the cursed forest sparking a mix of apprehension and curiosity. The stories they'd heard about the place were enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. I'm in, Rachel declared, her voice cutting through the tension. She was always the bold one, the one who never shied away from any challenge. Her eyes flickered with a mix of confidence and a bit of fear, but the challenge was too tempting to resist. The others, who had all heard the whispers of the forest's curse, exchanged hesitant glances. But Rachel's courage seemed to push them forward. I don't know, Kyle muttered, his hand rubbing the back of his neck nervously. I've heard the stories. People say it's cursed. He leaned back, trying to dismiss the thought, but his eyes kept darting toward the dark expanse of trees that stood at the edge of the clearing. The fear of the unknown was gnawing at him, but he didn't want to back down in front of his friends. Tyler chuckled and waved off Kyle's concerns with a dismissive flick of his hand. It's just a bunch of superstitions, he said, tossing a log onto the fire. The flames flared up for a moment before settling back down into a steady burn. Nothing's going to happen. I've been through worse, remember? Tyler's voice had an edge of arrogance, as if daring anyone to question him further. Come on, Kyle, don't be such a buzzkill, Rachel teased. Are you really going to let some old stories stop you from having fun? She leaned over, poking him in the side with her elbow. The others joined in with laughter, trying to ease the tension, but deep down, they could feel it a growing unease. But then Claire, who had been silent up until that point, spoke. Her voice was soft, but firm. I'll go. She looked at the others, her gaze steady, as if she was making a decision they all felt but had been too afraid to say. Claire wasn't known for being particularly daring, but something about the way she spoke made the others pause. She wasn't joking. You? Kyle raised an eyebrow. You're not afraid? Claire had always been the quiet one, the one who tended to shy away from the group's reckless adventures. It was surprising to hear her speak with such resolve. But the look in her eyes was unwavering, and something about the way she stood made it clear she wasn't backing down. "I'm not afraid," Claire said, her voice steady, though there was a flicker of something else in her eyes, something darker. "Besides, what's the worst that could happen? We go in, we get the scare of a lifetime, and we come out." She shrugged, trying to mask the unease creeping up her spine. But the others could tell that she wasn't so sure herself. Still, her words seemed to push the rest of them into agreement. Tyler grinned widely, clearly pleased with the outcome. "All right, it's settled then," he said. "We're going to the Forest of Whispers. One night. No backing out. Whoever wimps out owes the others big time." He raised his hand, and one by one, each of the others slapped their hands into his. The pact was made, and the challenge was set. As they gathered their things, preparing for the journey, the wind picked up, sending the flames of the fire dancing wildly. The forest surrounding them seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions, casting long shadows. For a brief moment, a strange, eerie silence fell over the group. Each of them felt it, that creeping sense that they had just made a decision they couldn't undo. But they shrugged it off. It was just a bet, right? Little did they know, the forest was listening. The trees seemed to whisper as the breeze stirred the branches, though none of the group members noticed. The shadows seemed to grow longer as they gathered their things, unaware of the eyes that watched them from the darkened forest. The Forest of Whispers had a reputation, and they were about to discover that the stories were more than just stories. The drive to the forest was quiet, the tension hanging thick in the air. None of them spoke much, each lost in their own thoughts. When they arrived, the sun had just begun to set, casting long, fading light across the horizon. The Forest of Whispers stood in front of them, dark and foreboding, waiting for them to step inside. They parked their cars and gathered their gear. It felt like they were walking into the unknown, a challenge that promised more than they had bargained for. The forest seemed to hold its breath as they set up their camp, their laughter and light chatter trying to push away the growing sense of dread. Little did they know, they were about to face something that would change their lives forever. The whispers were already starting. And soon, the forest would claim them all. The morning after the bet, the group gathered in Rachel's living room, preparing for their trip. It was a strange mix of excitement and anxiety that buzzed in the air as they sorted through camping gear, pulling out sleeping bags, tents, and food supplies. There was a sense of camaraderie, but the looming reality of the cursed forest cast a shadow over their enthusiasm. The stories they'd heard as children seemed more like distant nightmares now, but deep down, they couldn't shake the feeling that something bad awaited them. "All right, let's make sure we have everything," Rachel said, running a hand through her hair. Her usually confident demeanor was tinged with an odd nervousness today, as though the weight of the challenge was starting to hit her. "We've got the tents, food, water, flashlights. Anything else we need?" Tyler, who had always been the most daring of the group, tossed a sleeping bag over his shoulder. He flashed them all a grin. "It's just a stupid forest. It's not like we're going into some haunted mansion. We'll be fine." But his voice faltered slightly when he spoke the last words, and his eyes flickered toward the window, where the morning sunlight struggled to pierce the thick clouds outside. There was something about the way the sky hung low, as if the weather knew what they were about to do. It was as though nature itself was warning them. Kyle, ever the skeptic, was pacing by the door, half-heartedly packing his bag while glancing out of the window every few seconds. "I still don't get why you guys want to do this. The stories are real. I've heard about people getting lost out there, going in and never coming back." His voice dropped to a whisper, as though the very mention of the forest would summon something from the trees. "Yeah, but that's all just folklore," Tyler argued, his tone firm. "We're going in, we'll spend one night, and then we'll come back out. Simple as that. The more we talk about it, the scarier it gets. Let's just go have some fun." Claire was sitting quietly at the table, sifting through a worn, leather-bound book she had brought along with her. The others barely noticed her at first, her calm presence often blending into the background. But when she looked up, her expression was serious, the weight of her next words settling over the group like a heavy fog. "I'm bringing some things with me. Just in case," she said softly, closing the book in her hands. Her fingers lingered on the edges of the leather as if it held a secret, something no one else had yet understood. Tyler raised an eyebrow, looking at Claire as if she had suddenly grown wings. "What are you talking about? You know we're not doing some kind of witchcraft, right?" Claire didn't flinch. Instead, she stood up and walked toward the corner of the room, where a small bag rested on the chair. She opened it slowly, revealing a collection of strange objects. There were dried herbs tied together with twine, a small vial of black liquid, a wooden talisman carved with intricate symbols, and a necklace made of bone fragments. "What is all that?" Kyle asked, his voice now filled with skepticism, but also a tinge of unease. "You planning to ward off ghosts or something?" "It's protection," Claire explained, her voice steady. "My grandmother was a healer. She was involved in a lot of strange things. These are meant to help with spirits. I've read about the forest, the history of it. The curse, it's real." Her gaze shifted to the others, locking eyes with each of them. "I'm not saying we'll need it, but I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it." The room fell silent as the group absorbed her words. Claire wasn't known for playing around with things like this. Her calm demeanor had always made her seem like the one person in the group who wasn't easily rattled. But there was something in her tone now that made them question everything they thought they knew about the forest. Tyler, still not fully convinced, ran a hand through his hair and let out a nervous laugh. "Okay, sure. But what if we don't need it? What if it's just a bunch of old stories? We're not exactly stepping into some magic kingdom, Claire." "I don't care what you believe," she replied quietly, but her words carried an edge that silenced any further teasing. "But I'm bringing it anyway. Better safe than sorry." Reluctantly, the others nodded, each of them absorbing Claire's words in their own way. They continued packing, albeit with a bit more trepidation than before. They weren't going to back out now too much had been said, too much pride was on the line. But as they prepared for the night ahead, the air in the room felt heavier, and the once exciting adventure now seemed like something they were being drawn into, rather than something they had chosen. As they finally loaded up their cars and began the drive toward the forest, the skies darkened further, and a cold breeze swept through the trees. Rachel, sitting in the front seat, glanced at the others, trying to keep the mood light. "Well, whatever happens, at least it'll make a good story, right?" But none of them could muster a smile. The words "good story" felt hollow in the face of what lay ahead. And as the forest grew nearer, the sensation of being watched settled over them like a thick fog. By the time they reached the edge of the forest, night had already fallen, and the only light came from the headlights of their cars. The forest stretched out before them, dark and menacing, as if it had been waiting for their arrival. There was no turning back now. The group stood in silence at the edge of the forest, staring at the dark canopy above. The trees seemed to lean in on them, their branches twisting and curling in unnatural shapes, as though the forest was alive, waiting for them to make the first move. The temperature had dropped significantly since their arrival, and a chill crawled under their skin, settling in their bones. Despite the chill, Tyler led the group forward, his confident strides not betraying the nerves beneath. Rachel, who had been so enthusiastic just hours before, now found herself staring at the thick line of trees with hesitation. She shifted her backpack nervously and glanced at the others. "Are we really doing this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I mean, it's not too late to turn around, right?" But even as she said it, the words felt empty. They had come too far to back out now. Tyler flashed her a grin over his shoulder. "There's no turning back now. The bet's on. Let's go have some fun." He began walking deeper into the forest, the others following hesitantly behind him. The crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot was the only sound for a long time, and the forest around them seemed too quiet, as though it was holding its breath. As they ventured further in, the trees began to grow closer together, their branches interlocking like fingers, blocking out the sky. The air grew thick and oppressive, each step feeling heavier as though the forest itself was trying to weigh them down. It was difficult to tell how much time had passed. The darkness swallowed up the last traces of sunlight, and soon, the only light came from their flashlights, casting eerie shadows on the trees around them. The silence was broken by Claire's soft voice. "Do you guys hear that?" she asked, her tone uncertain. The others stopped, straining to listen. At first, there was nothing but the rustling of the wind, but then they heard it, a faint sound, like whispers carried on the breeze. It was too distant to make out the words, but it was enough to send a shiver down their spines. Tyler shrugged it off, his flashlight beam sweeping across the trees. "It's just the wind. You know how it is out here. Old trees, strange noises. It's nothing." But there was a tightness in his voice now, as if the very air around them had grown thick with something unspoken. Rachel exchanged a nervous glance with Claire, but neither of them said anything. They both knew that there was something more to the whispers than just the wind. Kyle, who had been walking at the back, stopped suddenly. His flashlight trembled in his hand as he shone it on the ground ahead. "Look at this," he said, his voice low and almost reverent. The others crowded around him, their flashlights illuminating the area in front of them. In the dirt, strange symbols had been etched into the earth, circles, crosses, and cryptic runes that none of them recognized. "What is this?" Rachel asked, crouching down to examine the markings. "Some kind of ritual?" Her voice trembled slightly, as if she wasn't sure if she wanted to know the answer. The others remained silent, the unease growing as they stared at the symbols. Tyler was the first to stand, shaking his head. "It's probably just some weird graffiti," he said, but there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes. He was trying to act tough, but the sight of the strange markings unsettled him. "Let's just keep moving." Claire, however, didn't seem convinced. "No, these aren't just random markings. Someone or something made these. And I've read about symbols like this before. They're used in rituals, dark ones." She stood up and turned to face the group. "This is why I brought the protection. This forest isn't just cursed. There are things here, things that want to keep us here." A cold gust of wind blew through the clearing, carrying with it a strange whispering sound. It was as if the forest itself had just exhaled, sending a shiver through the group. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, though they were still just beyond comprehension. Tyler swallowed hard, suddenly feeling the weight of the situation pressing in on him. Okay. Maybe this place isn't as normal as I thought," he admitted, his voice tight. "But we're not going to let some weird symbols scare us off. Let's just set up camp," and before he could finish, a loud cracking sound echoed through the forest, followed by a low growl that seemed to come from the depths of the woods. The sound was deep and guttural, unlike anything any of them had ever heard before. The group froze, hearts pounding in their chests. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then, out of nowhere, a twig snapped loudly, and they all jumped, their flashlights darting toward the sound. But there was nothing there. Only the trees silent and still looming around them. The only movement was the faint rustling of leaves in the wind. Tyler exhaled slowly, trying to calm himself. That was probably just an animal. A deer, maybe. But even as he said it, his words felt hollow. The tension in the air was thick, and every shadow seemed to hold something just out of sight. They had come here to prove a point, but now, in the heart of the forest, it felt like they were the ones being watched. The group continued onward, but the further they went, the more the whispers seemed to grow in number, as if they were coming from every direction. The air grew colder still, and the oppressive sense of being followed intensified. The trees closed in around them, and soon they couldn't even see the trail they had come in on. It felt like they were being pulled deeper, though they weren't sure by what. The night had fully settled over the forest, and the temperature had dropped even further. A thick, unnerving silence hung in the air, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves. The group had finally stopped in a small clearing, their campfire now the only source of light. They set up their tents hastily, the unease growing with each passing minute. They tried to laugh, to joke, to pretend everything was normal, but deep down, each of them could feel that the forest wasn't just quiet, it was waiting. Tyler poked the fire with a stick, his eyes flicking nervously to the dark line of trees around them. "All right, let's just get some rest," he said, trying to sound confident, but there was a tremor in his voice. "We'll wake up early and get out of here. No big deal." But his words didn't seem to convince anyone, least of all himself. The forest felt like a living thing, breathing with them, watching them. And that constant low whispering in the distance wasn't helping. Rachel couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them. Every time she glanced toward the trees, she swore she saw movement, shadows flitting just beyond the reach of their campfire's light. She clenched her hands tightly, trying to focus on something, anything, other than the growing panic in her chest. "Do you guys hear that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. It wasn't the wind this time. It was something else, something that seemed to come from all around them. Claire, who had been sitting silently at the edge of the group, her eyes closed in concentration, opened them slowly. "It's them," she said quietly, her voice calm but filled with an eerie certainty. "The whispers. They're not just the wind or animals. They're spirits. They've been here for a long time." She stood up and began walking slowly toward the trees, as if drawn by an unseen force. The others watched her, unsure of whether to stop her or follow. "Claire, wait," Kyle called out, his voice laced with urgency. But she didn't stop. Instead, she paused at the edge of the clearing, her head tilted slightly, as if listening intently to something in the distance. The rest of the group reluctantly stood and followed her, their flashlights flickering nervously in the growing darkness. They had no choice now but to stay together. The further they walked into the woods, the louder the whispers became, until it felt as if they were coming from all directions. The voices were faint at first, like distant murmurs just beyond hearing, but now they were distinct, low, sibilant, and filled with malice. They whispered in a language none of them understood, their tone growing more urgent, more insistent with every passing second. The air felt charged, thick with an unseen presence that made the hair on the back of their necks stand on end. Tyler, his flashlight beam trembling in his hand, swallowed hard. "This is messed up," he muttered under his breath. "Let's just go back to camp. This isn't fun anymore." But the forest had already begun to close in on them, its trees towering like silent sentinels, blocking their way back. The path they had come down was now shrouded in darkness, and the further they walked, the more it felt like they were being pulled deeper into the forest's heart. Rachel, her eyes wide with fear, turned to Claire. Why didn't you tell us about this? You knew, didn't you? She asked, her voice strained with the panic rising in her chest. Claire's expression remained unchanged, her face almost serene as she stared ahead into the dark trees. I didn't want to scare you, Claire replied softly. But I knew. The forest has been cursed for centuries, and the spirits that dwell here, they're angry. The whispers you hear, they're the voices of the past, trapped here by the rituals that were performed long ago. She paused, glancing back at them. We need to be careful. There's something in this forest that feeds on fear. Kyle, whose nerves had reached their breaking point, snapped. What do you mean, feeds on fear? This is insane, Claire. His voice shook, and his flashlight flickered once again. We need to get out of here now before it's too late. But Claire didn't seem frightened at all. She stood tall, her eyes scanning the trees around them, as if looking for something. We're already too far in, she said softly. The only way out is to face what's here. Suddenly, the ground beneath them seemed to shift. A low rumbling sound echoed through the forest, vibrating the trees and sending a chill through the group. They stopped in their tracks, their breath catching in their throats. The whispers had stopped, replaced by a low, echoing laugh, a sound that seemed to come from the very earth itself. The laugh was deep, guttural, and filled with malice. Claire's face turned pale, and for the first time, a flicker of fear crossed her features. It's too late, she whispered, her voice barely audible. The forest has claimed us. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble again, and the trees seemed to lean in closer. The whispers returned, now louder, and they began to form words clear, sharp words that each of them could hear, even if they couldn't understand them. The air grew thick with tension, as if something terrible was about to happen. The tremors beneath their feet had ceased, but the whispers didn't. They seemed to echo through the trees, a constant murmur that was impossible to ignore. Claire stood frozen, her eyes wide, staring into the dark abyss of the forest. The others exchanged worried glances, each of them feeling the weight of the decision they'd made. Tyler's voice broke the silence, trembling with unease. This is insane, Tyler said, his voice barely more than a whisper. We need to find a way out of here. Now. His hand gripped his flashlight so tightly his knuckles turned white. Rachel stepped forward, her face pale, but her voice was firm. I'm not going back to camp. I'm not just going to stand here and wait for something to happen. She took a few steps forward, her flashlight illuminating the twisted trees around them. We need to find our way out. Kyle, ever the skeptic, shook his head. That's not going to help us. We're lost in here, and it's not just the trees. Something else is going on. We need to stick together, not wander off. But even as he said it, he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. His breath was coming in short gasps, his body tense. Claire's gaze flickered back and forth between them. I think we have no choice, she said softly, her voice edged with fear. We have to search. One of us is already missing. Her eyes met each of theirs, and without saying it, they all knew what she meant. Rachel's voice had disappeared into the forest not long ago. The whispers had grown louder the moment she wandered out of the tent. They had all heard her scream. I'm going to find her, Tyler said, his jaw clenched. His determination was clear, but his eyes betrayed the doubt that had been creeping into his mind ever since they had stepped into the forest. The group stood for a moment, a sense of finality hanging in the air. There was no turning back now. Let's split up, Rachel said, her voice breaking as she spoke. We'll cover more ground if we do. Kyle and Claire exchanged uneasy looks before reluctantly nodding. Tyler took a deep breath. Okay, but don't go too far. If something happens, we need to be able to find each other." The words felt hollow, a promise that couldn't possibly be kept in the shifting shadows of the forest. They split off in different directions, the beams of their flashlights piercing the darkness like tiny, fleeting stars. The deeper they went, the more disorienting the forest became. The trees seemed to twist and turn in ways that felt unnatural, their gnarled branches stretching out like arms trying to pull them in. The further they walked, the more it seemed like the forest itself was changing, shifting in response to their movements. Tyler called out, his voice trembling, "Rachel, where are you?" His words bounced off the trees, swallowed by the oppressive silence that hung around them. There was no response, only the rustle of the leaves in the breeze. He pushed forward, the unease gnawing at him. He felt like he was being watched, like someone was lurking just beyond his flashlight's reach. At the same time, Rachel, her heart pounding in her chest, continued searching, calling her name into the dark. "Claire? Tyler?" But there was nothing, no answer. The air felt thick, pressing in on her from all sides. She stopped and looked around. The trees were so close now, their dark shapes looming overhead, blocking any view of the sky. She could hear the wind rustling through the branches, but it was different now, more like a murmur, as if the forest itself was talking. Suddenly, her light landed on something, a small stone, half buried in the ground. She knelt down to examine it, her fingers brushing the dirt away. It wasn't just any stone. There were markings on it, symbols that were familiar, like the ones they had seen earlier near the camp. Her stomach churned as she stood up, a sinking feeling settling in her gut. Something wasn't right. "Tyler? Claire?" she called again, her voice hoarse. There was still no response. Then, in the distance, she heard it. A laugh. A low, mocking laugh that sent a chill racing down her spine. It was close, too close. And it didn't sound human. Suddenly, a shape darted through the trees in front of her. Her heart leaped into her throat as she whipped her flashlight around. But there was nothing there. Only the whispering. Louder now, echoing from every direction. It was no longer a distant murmur, it was here, with her, wrapping around her like a suffocating fog. Rachel backed away, her breath shallow and panicked. Something was in the forest with them, something ancient, something that had been waiting for them to arrive. It had already claimed one of them, and if they weren't careful, it would claim more. The search for Rachel had turned into a frantic, disorienting chase through the dense forest. The whispers had become louder and more invasive, seeping into their minds like a poison. It felt as if the forest itself was alive, its very presence pressing down on them, urging them deeper into its shadows. Tyler, Claire, and Kyle were growing desperate, calling Rachel's name, but each of their voices was swallowed up by the thick, oppressive air that surrounded them. Just as the last thread of hope seemed to slip away, Kyle spotted something through the trees, a faint glimmer of light, barely visible through the thick trunks. His heart leapt. "Over there!" he shouted, pointing. Without waiting for the others, he pushed forward, determined to find their friend. The others followed close behind, their footsteps heavy and uncertain, but they were too far gone to turn back now. They needed answers, and maybe, just maybe, this mysterious light was the answer. As they moved closer, the trees parted slightly to reveal a dilapidated cabin, barely visible under the twisted branches of overgrown trees. It stood alone in the clearing, its weathered wood darkened by years of neglect. A faint, flickering light spilled from one of the broken windows, casting an eerie glow across the dark ground. For a moment, they all hesitated, unsure of what to do. The forest had already claimed one of them, and the idea of venturing into an abandoned structure felt like another mistake. But there was no choice. "This is strange," Claire murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "What is this place doing here?" It doesn't belong. Her eyes scanned the cabin, taking in the details: the rusted metal roof, the overgrown vines that clung to its sides, and the sense of decay that surrounded it. The light coming from the window was unsettling, as if someone or something was still inside. "We have to check it out," Tyler said, his voice laced with exhaustion and fear. "Maybe Rachel's in there. Maybe she found something." He didn't believe his own words, but they were all desperate for an explanation, something that could end this nightmare. As they stepped closer to the cabin, the door creaked open with an ominous groan. No one had touched it, but it swung inward as if inviting them in. A chill swept through the air, and the whispering seemed to grow louder, though it was still impossible to understand. They stood in the doorway for a moment, the weight of the unknown pressing down on them. What had they walked into? Kyle, always the skeptic, was the first to step over the threshold, his flashlight cutting through the gloom inside. The air was musty, thick with the smell of mildew and decay. The floorboards groaned underfoot as he ventured deeper into the cabin, followed by Claire and Tyler. The light from the window flickered again, casting strange shadows across the walls. "Hello," Tyler called, his voice shaking despite his best effort to sound brave. No answer. Only the soft rustling of what sounded like pages turning, the noise coming from the far corner of the room. They turned their heads, their flashlights landing on a stack of old books, their covers tattered and worn with age. It was as if the cabin had been abandoned in a hurry, but the books, these ancient, weathered books, looked untouched. Claire stepped forward, her hand brushing across the spines of the books. She felt a pull toward them, a sense of something ancient calling her to the pages. As her fingers lightly touched the top book, the temperature in the cabin dropped drastically. The air turned ice-cold, and she felt a shiver run through her body, like a cold hand had reached out to grasp her heart. "Claire, what's going on?" Kyle's voice was tense, filled with worry. Claire didn't respond immediately. Her attention was fixed on the books. She pulled one down from the shelf, the spine cracking as she opened it. The pages were yellowed with age, the ink faded but still legible. Symbols filled the pages, symbols they had seen before, etched into the trees outside. "These are rituals," Claire whispered, her voice filled with awe and dread. "Dark rituals. These are the things that tied the spirits to the forest." She scanned the pages quickly, her eyes widening with each word. "This is how the curse started. This cabin, it's the source of the curse." Tyler took a step back, his heart racing. "What are you talking about? What curse?" His voice had grown tight, panic creeping in. But Claire wasn't listening. She had already moved on to the next book, flipping through pages that detailed more rituals, darker, more forbidden ones. Some of them spoke of sacrifices, others of blood pacts with things from beyond the grave. Kyle, unable to stand still any longer, walked toward the far corner of the cabin. There, he found something even more disturbing. A large, ornate mirror, its surface covered in a thin layer of dust. He wiped it away with his sleeve, and as the glass cleared, he saw something that made his blood run cold. The reflection staring back at him wasn't just his own. It was, distorted, a shadowy figure standing behind him, its eyes glowing red. "Tyler, Claire, get over here!" Kyle yelled, his voice breaking. He turned quickly, but the figure was gone, leaving only the mirror reflecting his terrified face. The others rushed to his side, their own faces pale as they stared at the mirror, but there was nothing there. Only the cabin, and the books, and the oppressive silence that had returned. "This place is a trap," Tyler said, his voice tight with fear. "We need to leave now." But even as he spoke, the door slammed shut behind them, the lock clicking into place with a chilling sound. The whispering grew louder, the voices now clearer than ever, and they all realized with growing dread that the forest wasn't just haunted by spirits, it was alive, and it was keeping them here. The cabin was silent except for the whispering, which seemed to grow louder with every passing moment. The group huddled together, their nerves frayed, as they tried to make sense of what they had discovered. Claire's hands trembled as she closed the book, the weight of the knowledge settling over her like a dark cloud. Tyler, Kyle, and Rachel stood nearby, each of them lost in their own thoughts. No one spoke for several long moments, the tension thick and suffocating. Then, Kyle broke the silence. "We need to leave. Whatever this is, it's not worth staying for. I can feel it, like something's wrong here." His voice was tight, filled with the same unease that had been creeping into the group since the moment they entered the forest. He turned toward the door, his mind made up. "I'm not waiting around for whatever happens next. We're not getting out of here unless we do it now." Tyler's face darkened as he stepped forward. "You think we can just walk out of here, Kyle?" His words were sharp, laced with frustration. "The door's locked, and we're not just dealing with a weird cabin. We're stuck in the middle of this godforsaken forest, with no way out." Tyler's voice cracked slightly, betraying the fear he was trying to hide. "You don't get it. We're not leaving until we figure out what the hell is going on here." Claire, still holding the book, looked between the two men. "Tyler's right. We need to find the answers, or we're never getting out. The spirits, they're tied to this place. They're the reason we're here in the first place." Her voice faltered as she spoke, the weight of the realization pressing down on her. The whispers had stopped for a moment, but now they seemed to be building again, a soft murmur in the back of her mind. Rachel had been unusually quiet during the entire exchange. She had been sitting near the window, staring out at the dark woods, her face pale and hollow. The others had noticed her silence, but no one had dared to ask about it until now. She stood abruptly, her eyes wide and unblinking, and turned toward the rest of the group. "I think we need to trust someone here," she said, her voice distant, almost as though she were speaking from a dream. The others stared at her in confusion. "What do you mean?" Tyler asked, his brow furrowed in concern. "I mean, I don't think we all make it out of here together," Rachel continued, her gaze shifting between the three of them. One of us isn't supposed to leave." Her words were barely audible, but there was something final in the way she said them. "We can't escape this place without paying the price." "What the hell are you talking about?" Kyle demanded, stepping toward her, his face twisted with confusion and anger. "What price? You're starting to sound crazy, Rachel. You're not making any sense." Rachel's eyes glazed over for a moment, as if something had taken hold of her. She looked at Kyle, but her expression was blank, detached. "The forest chooses," she whispered, almost too softly to hear. "And it's chosen." Suddenly, Rachel's body jerked forward, and before anyone could react, she lunged at Claire, grabbing the book from her hands. The motion was so sudden that it caught the others off guard. Claire cried out in surprise, stumbling back as Rachel held the book tightly against her chest. Her eyes were wild, and her breathing was shallow and erratic. "What are you doing?" Claire shouted, trying to reach for the book. "Give it back." Rachel's lips curled into a strange, unsettling smile. "You don't understand," she said, her voice now carrying a hint of something darker, something alien. "The forest has been waiting, and I'm the one it chose. It's time for the ritual. The curse ends tonight." Tyler and Kyle moved quickly, but before they could reach Rachel, the ground beneath them trembled violently, throwing them off balance. The cabin shook, and the door suddenly swung open, releasing a blast of freezing air. The whispers outside grew louder, more urgent. And through the door, they could hear something else, something terrible, something approaching. "No!" Tyler shouted, rushing toward Rachel. But the moment he crossed the threshold, he was stopped dead in his tracks. A shadow moved in the corner of his eye, something tall, dark, and looming. A figure, its shape unnatural and contorted, seemed to be rising from the very earth itself. The air grew colder still, and the very atmosphere of the cabin seemed to shift. Rachel, holding the book tightly, turned toward the door, her eyes vacant. "It's too late for all of you," she said, her voice no longer her own. "You won't escape. You never were meant to." Her words hung in the air like a death sentence, the weight of the forest's power pressing down on them. Kyle grabbed for the book, but before he could reach it, the shadow moved, faster than he could react. The air thickened, and the whispers turned into a cacophony, rising in pitch until it was deafening. In a moment of clarity, Claire realized what was happening. The ritual was beginning, and Rachel, under the forest's influence, had become its vessel. "No! Stop!" Claire screamed, but it was too late. The ritual had begun, and the forest had already claimed one of them. The shadows in the room seemed to pulse with life, and the walls of the cabin began to crack, the very foundation shaking as if the earth itself was tearing apart. Tyler and Kyle could only watch in horror as the figure loomed larger, the whispers becoming a scream that reverberated in their ears. There was no escape now. The forest had already chosen its champion. The room was suffocating. The air was thick with an unnatural cold, and the whispers had turned into a shrill, frantic wail. Tyler and Kyle stood frozen, unable to move, unable to comprehend what was happening. The shadows in the cabin grew darker, stretching and twisting unnaturally as if the very fabric of reality was being warped. Rachel stood at the center, her eyes vacant, her hands clutching the book tightly to her chest. Her lips moved in a chant that none of them could understand, and the words seemed to carry a power all their own. "Rachel, stop!" Tyler shouted, his voice hoarse with fear. He lunged toward her, but the moment he crossed the threshold, the air thickened, and an unseen force shoved him back. He staggered, barely able to keep his footing, as the darkness in the room swirled around him like a storm. It was as if the forest had taken physical form and was fighting back, unwilling to let them interfere with the ritual. Claire, her heart racing in her chest, turned to Kyle. "We have to stop her, Kyle. We can't let this go on." Her voice was steady, but her hands shook as she gripped her flashlight. She could feel the presence of the forest all around them, pressing in on them from every direction, like a living entity that was aware of their every move. She had known, deep down, that this was coming, that the forest would choose one of them to do its bidding. But she hadn't expected it to be Rachel. Kyle didn't respond at first. His eyes were wide with terror as he looked at Rachel, now fully consumed by the ritual. The whispers were louder now, and the shadows around the cabin seemed to press in on them, blocking their escape. "How do we stop this?" he asked, his voice desperate. He had no idea what they were dealing with, but the power in the room was undeniable. It was suffocating, overwhelming. The figure at the door, the one that had appeared from the shadows, was no longer a distant presence. It had fully materialized, towering over them, its shape dark and formless, its eyes glowing a fierce blood-red hue. The room seemed to bend around it, as if the very walls were collapsing inward. The entity was growing stronger with every word Rachel spoke, every syllable that passed her lips. It was feeding off the ritual, feeding off the fear that radiated from the group. Claire took a step forward, her mind racing. "The book!" she shouted, her eyes locking onto the ancient tome in Rachel's hands. "That's what's powering it. We have to destroy it, or it'll complete the ritual." She knew the truth now. The book was the key to everything. It was how the forest had trapped them, how it had chosen Rachel. It was the source of the curse. And if they didn't destroy it, the entity would be free, and so would the forest. Tyler's gaze flickered from Rachel to the dark figure that stood behind her. "How do we destroy it?" he asked, his voice desperate. "We don't know how to stop this. We don't know anything about that thing." The entity seemed to pulse with energy, its presence overwhelming them. Every word Rachel spoke was sending ripples through the air, each one carrying more power than the last. But Claire wasn't listening to Tyler. Her mind was focused on the book, on the symbols that had been carved into its pages. She had seen them before on the trees, on the stones. They were part of the curse, part of the ritual. If she could somehow use the same symbols to reverse the process, to break the connection between Rachel and the entity, maybe they could stop this. But it was a long shot. She took a deep breath and stepped forward, her heart pounding. "I don't know how to stop this," she said, her voice shaking. "But we have to try. I'll figure it out. You need to keep her distracted." She looked at Tyler and Kyle, her eyes filled with determination. "We can't let Rachel finish the ritual. We can't let that thing come through." Kyle nodded, despite the fear that threatened to consume him. He knew that Claire was their only hope. They had no choice but to trust her. "Okay," he said, his voice grim. "Let's do it. We can't let her finish this." Tyler stepped toward Rachel, his face hard with resolve. "Rachel," he said, his voice firm but filled with sorrow, "we're not letting you do this. We're going to stop you." He reached out for the book, but as his hand neared it, a violent blast of energy shot out from the book, sending him flying across the room. He hit the wall hard, his body crumpling to the floor in a heap. Rachel didn't react. She was completely consumed by the ritual now, her words becoming more frantic, more urgent. The shadows around her twisted, and the dark figure behind her stepped forward, towering over her, its red eyes gleaming with hunger. The power in the room was so overwhelming that Claire could barely breathe, but she couldn't give up. They had to act before it was too late. The room was now filled with an energy so thick it felt like it could be cut with a knife. The whispers were deafening, a chorus of anguished voices swirling around them, while the dark figure loomed over Rachel, its eyes burning with a sinister red glow. Tyler groaned as he struggled to rise to his feet, his head spinning. His body ached from the impact with the wall, but there was no time to waste. Rachel was slipping away from them, consumed by the darkness, and the ritual was close to being completed. Claire's mind raced as she tried to recall the symbols from the book. She remembered seeing them carved into the trees, painted on the stones by the creek, etched into the walls of the cabin. She had to reverse the ritual somehow, had to find a way to break the bond between Rachel and the entity that was feeding off the forest's power. But every time she focused on the book, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, trying to drown out her thoughts. "Claire!" Kyle shouted, pulling her back into focus. "What do we do? We can't just let Rachel finish this." His voice was filled with panic, his eyes darting from the book to the figure standing behind Rachel, its form shifting with each passing second, becoming more monstrous, more powerful. The cabin felt as though it was shaking, the walls groaning under the pressure of the dark force growing stronger by the second. "I'm trying," Claire snapped, her hands shaking as she clutched the book she had taken from Rachel. The pages seemed to glow with an unnatural light, but none of the words made sense. The ritual was beyond anything she had studied, beyond anything she had prepared for. But there had to be a way to stop it. She just had to find the right counter-ritual. Tyler pushed himself to his feet, his body still sore, but his eyes narrowed with determination. "We need to stop her now," he said through gritted teeth. He took a step toward Rachel, his hands shaking but resolute. "Rachel, listen to me. This isn't you. Fight it." But Rachel didn't respond. Her eyes remained vacant, and her lips kept moving with the chant, her voice no longer her own. She was lost to them, lost to the forest, to the curse. Kyle looked around the cabin, searching for anything that might help them. His eyes landed on the cracked mirror by the door. The reflection was distorted, its surface warped and shifting, but there was something else, something more in the glass. The shadowy figure from the forest was there, standing just behind Rachel, its form flickering like smoke. Kyle realized with a sickening jolt that the mirror wasn't just a reflection. It was a gateway. "No!" Claire cried, her eyes locking onto the mirror. She turned back to Rachel. "She's opening a portal. The entity is coming through. It will use Rachel as a vessel and bring the curse to life." Her voice was desperate, but she knew they were running out of time. They had no choice but to stop Rachel before the portal fully opened. Tyler's face paled as the realization hit him. "We need to destroy the book, destroy the portal. It's the only way." He turned toward the dark figure, which was growing more solid with each passing second. Its eyes glowed brighter, and the room seemed to contract with every breath it took. The whispers had turned into a cacophony of screams, and it felt as though the walls were closing in on them. "Get ready," Kyle said grimly, his grip tightening around the flashlight he was still holding. "We're not leaving this place without a fight." He stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the entity. He didn't know how they would defeat it, but he knew they had to try. If they didn't, the forest would consume them, just as it had Rachel. Claire stepped forward as well, holding the book up to her chest. "I think I've found something," she said, her voice steadier now. "There's a spell here, one that can sever the connection between Rachel and the entity. But it's risky. If we don't time it right, it could kill her or unleash the curse completely." Tyler didn't hesitate. "We don't have time for perfect timing. Do it, Claire, now." His voice was a mixture of fear and resolve. They were out of options. It was now or never. Claire closed her eyes, chanting the words from the book. The air grew colder, the shadows around them flickering and writhing as if they were alive. The whispers grew louder, and the ground beneath them seemed to tremble. The dark figure behind Rachel howled, a sound that rattled their bones, but Claire pressed on, her voice steady despite the terror building inside her. As she finished the incantation, the book erupted with blinding light. The shadows recoiled, screeching in agony, as the figure behind Rachel began to fade. The book's light pulsed like a heartbeat, and with every beat, the air grew warmer, less oppressive. The dark figure screamed one final time before dissolving into nothing, leaving only silence in its wake. Rachel gasped, her body going limp, and the book fell from her hands. The room grew still, the oppressive atmosphere lifting as the whispers died down. Tyler rushed to her side, pulling her into his arms. "Rachel, are you okay?" he asked, his voice a mix of relief and fear. Rachel blinked, her eyes clearing, and for the first time since the ritual had begun, she looked at him with recognition. "Tyler," she whispered, her voice hoarse. What happened?" Kyle collapsed to the floor, his legs giving out beneath him, his chest heaving with relief. The fight was over. They had stopped the ritual. The curse had been broken. But the damage was done. They had come dangerously close to losing everything. The air in the cabin was thick with silence. The light from the book faded, leaving only the faint glow of their flashlights and the residual warmth of the ritual's end. The shadows that had once been so oppressive now seemed to withdraw, as if the very presence of the dark figure had dissolved into the ether. Rachel's breathing was ragged, but she was awake. Tyler held her tightly, as though afraid that if he let go, she might disappear again. Are you all right?" Tyler asked, his voice trembling. He was shaken, but there was a spark of hope in his eyes as he gazed down at Rachel. Her eyes were still unfocused, and for a moment she seemed unsure of where she was. But then, slowly, she looked up at him, her face filled with confusion and fear. I don't remember what happened," she whispered, her voice hoarse. I don't remember anything after the cabin, after we came here. What did I do?" She looked around the room, her face pale. "What happened to me?" Tyler gently pulled her into a sitting position, his arm steady as he reassured her. "You were possessed, Rachel. The forest, its curse, it took hold of you. You were completing the ritual to bring something through. But we stopped it. It's over now." Rachel's eyes welled with tears, and she hugged her knees to her chest. "I'm so sorry," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I didn't mean for this to happen. I didn't know." Her body trembled as she spoke, the weight of her actions pressing down on her. Kyle and Claire stood by the door, watching the scene unfold. Their relief was palpable, but their exhaustion was visible in the sag of their shoulders. The cabin was no longer suffocating, no longer pulsing with malevolent energy. The forest outside was eerily still, as though the curse had been lifted, as though it was now waiting for something waiting for them. "We did it," Kyle muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. "We stopped it. We really stopped it." He ran a hand through his hair, as though trying to make sense of the chaos that had just transpired. "But at what cost?" he added, his gaze shifting to Rachel. She was part of it. The curse used her. It used all of us." Claire nodded, her face grim. "The forest's hold is broken, for now. The curse is gone. But the question is, will it stay gone?" Her voice was quiet but filled with worry. "This place, it was never meant to be free. It's always been a prison. Now, we've disturbed that balance. We may have ended the ritual, but we may not have ended what the forest truly is." Tyler looked at Claire, his eyes dark with the weight of her words. "What are you saying? Do you think it'll come back? Do you think we're not done yet?" Claire hesitated, her gaze dropping to the floor. "I don't know," she admitted. "But I do know that the forest isn't just a place. It's alive. It's tied to the spirits, to the curses, to the rituals. If we leave, we may not escape its pull. Something will always remain here." The group fell into a heavy silence. The tension in the room was still palpable, the horror of the past few days hanging over them like a dark cloud. But there was something else, too, something unspoken. They had survived. They had faced the unimaginable and come out on the other side, but now the reality of their situation was beginning to set in. Rachel looked at Claire, her face filled with guilt. "What do we do now? How do we get out of here?" she asked, her voice small. "How do we make sure this never happens again?" Claire met her gaze. "We can't truly leave, Rachel. Not all of us. The forest must have a guardian, someone who keeps the peace. Someone who ensures the balance remains intact. I don't know who or what it will choose, but it always chooses someone." Tyler's face hardened as he looked between Claire and Rachel. "You're saying one of us has to stay here? One of us has to stay behind?" Claire nodded, her face grim. "The forest needs someone. If we leave, it will find a way to bring the curse back. But if someone stays, if someone takes up the mantle, the forest will settle. The peace will be kept. It's the only way to truly break the curse." Tyler's eyes flicked to Rachel, and he could see the pain in her face. She had already been the one to fall under the curse's control. The last thing she needed was to be the one to guard this forsaken place forever. And Kyle was still reeling from the events of the past days, barely able to keep himself together. That left only one possibility. Claire stepped forward, her voice firm. "I'll stay." She looked at the others with determination. "I'll be the guardian. It has to be me." Tyler opened his mouth to protest, but Claire shook her head. "It's the only way, Tyler. It's the only way to truly end this. The forest needs someone who understands it, who can watch over it. It can't be anyone else. I made the choice." Rachel's voice was small but filled with gratitude. "Claire, no. We can't leave you here." But Claire smiled softly, her face calm despite the fear she felt. "It's the only way we can be free, Rachel. The only way we can all be free. If I don't stay, the curse will return. It's been waiting too long. It needs balance." The others stared at her, the realization sinking in. They had all fought so hard to survive, to escape, and yet now, one of them had to stay behind. The forest had claimed them all, but in the end, it had claimed Claire as its protector. As the group turned to leave the cabin, they knew that Claire would be the one left behind, a silent guardian in the heart of the forest. And with that, they left the cursed woods, knowing that the peace they had fought for would only last as long as Claire remained. The forest would never forget, but for now, the curse...